Chapter 56. Yang Chen's technique was very special, at least He Lian could not understand it. Perhaps not only He Lian, but probably any alchemy master in the mortal world would not be able to recognize Yang Chen's technique. This technique was learned by Yang Chen from the Laojun elixir scripture. Taishang Laojuan's alchemy level was almost unparalleled. Elixirs of the same quality, refined in the Laojuan's alchemy furnace, would definitely be a few grades higher than others. This was not only because of the alchemy furnace, but a large part of it was due to the Laojuan's unique technique of refining elixirs. There were many methods of refining elixirs, and this was only one of them. It was also the one that Yang Chen felt was the most suitable after thinking about it. Yang Chen had only refined this kind of elixir once in his previous life. At that time, it was to test his own fire control skills. At least he had a little understanding of this qi-nourishing elixir. Yang Chen could roughly judge what kind of technique was suitable for qi-nourishing elixir. With Yang Chen's gesture, the medicinal liquid that was rotating in the alchemy furnace suddenly began to rotate on its own, breaking into hundreds of fragments. Every fragment was rotating, then slowly turned into a circle, and then slowly condensed. In less than half a moment, it turned into a round elixir. These elixirs seemed to be held by an invisible hand and suspended in the alchemy furnace. Then the flame in Yang Chen's hand disappeared, and these elixirs immediately fell to the bottom of the alchemy furnace and gathered into a pile. Yang Chen smiled, and took out the jade bottle that he had prepared long ago and put those qi-seeking elixirs into the jade bottle. Then he and He Lian each held one in their hands and observed it carefully. The refined qi-seeking elixir was round, smooth and uniform on the surface, and the average size, as if it was rubbed out one by one according to measurements. It was pleasing to look at. Unfortunately, there was no trace of medicinal aura on the elixir. It was neither like some good medicine that emitted a fragrance, nor like some inferior medicine that had a strange smell. This elixir actually did not have a trace of smell, which was really strange. If He Lian hadn't witnessed Yang Chen's success, she would have suspected that he wasn't refining medicine at all. He Lian didn't understand, but Yang Chen knew it very well. There was no smell because all the medicinal energy was contained within the pill, not leaking out at all. In terms of technique alone, this qi-seeking pill was simply perfect and impeccable. It was the first time in his life that Yang Chen had refined it to such a level, and he felt very satisfied. "Young master, what is the use of this medicine?" He Lian asked curiously. She had never heard of such a strange formula and strange technique. She knew that it was a long time before she asked. "It's useless against you and me." Yang Chen smiled and gave an answer that surprised He Lian. Qi refinement realm cultivators are useless? Since they were useless to Yang Chen and He Lian immediately thought of this range. Yang Chen nodded, answering He Lian's conjecture. Seeing Yang Chen nod, He Lian's eyes lit up. Could it be that this is a medicinal pill for Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators? Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators are also useless. Yang Chen then replied. He Lian was even more confused. Qi Refinement Realm cultivators and Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators were not useful. Could it be for Golden Core Realm cultivators? How was this possible? This was only refined with ordinary medicinal herbs. No need to guess. This is for ordinary people, for those preparatory disciples. Yang Chen directly told He Lian the answer. Hearing this answer, He Lian was suddenly a little discouraged. So many medicinal herbs were used only for preparatory disciples. Wasn't this not worth it? No hurry, take it to the medicinal hall for appraisal. Maybe there will be an unexpected surprise. Yang Chen kept it a secret and didn't say it directly, leaving He Lian guessing for a while. The medicinal hall was responsible for the sale of medicinal herbs in Chunyang Palace. In Jiurong Mountain Villa, there was also a courtyard dedicated to the service of Outer Mountain disciples. Generally, if one was willing to spend sect contribution points to buy or sell medicinal herbs through the medicinal hall, they could get a discount. And if they refined some medicinal pills and sold it to the medicinal hall, if the medicinal hall was willing to accept it, they could also exchange it for sect contribution points. You are Yang Qin? A senior brother in the medicinal hall looked up and down at Yang Qin and frowned. Seeing that Yang Qin nodded and admitted it, he didn't care if he had a friendship with Yang Qin and said earnestly, "Cultivation should be more down to earth. If you want to refine medicinal pills, raise your realm first. Don't waste time, otherwise it won't be good for you." Speaking of which, these words were a little deep, but Yang Qin was very happy. After all, the other party was thinking for him. His good intentions were not something Yang Qin would take lightly. "Thank you, senior brother, for your kind intentions." Yang Qin cupped his hands and thanked him. Then, he took out the jade bottle containing the qi-seeking pill and handed it to the other party. "Senior brother, help me appraise this medicinal pill. How is its effect? What pill is this?" The senior brother took the jade bottle and opened it to take a look. "It looks pretty good. What is its use? When I was in Yeshio Mountain Villa, I had the chance to eat a few medicinal herbs. I felt that it was useful for sensing qi, so I tried to refine some. I don't know if it worked or not, so I'll have to trouble the seniors in the medicinal hall to appraise it." Yang Qin casually made up an excuse and covered up the matter of the formula flawlessly. "I'll accept the medicine. Go back and wait for news. It will take at least 2 days to appraise the medicinal pill." The senior brother didn't say much. He had already said it, and Yang Qin had indeed refined something. It wasn't good to say that he didn't do his job properly. He just followed the medicinal hall's rules and let Yang Qin wait. As Yang Qin returned to his courtyard to cultivate and wait, there was another rumor in 9 Earth Mountain Villa. Yang Qin, this guy who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, actually took a bottle of medicinal pills refined from common medicinal herbs to the medicinal hall and asked for it to be appraised. Moreover, according to the analysis of a senior in the medicinal hall for a long time, it was completely useless for the qi condensation and foundation establishment stages. This news immediately caused a lot of gossip and ridicule. Shunda and Helian, even if they were helping Yang Qin run errands in the villa, they were faced with a taunting expression everywhere. Occasionally, there were a few who sympathized with them. It was estimated that they sympathized with their 8 lifetimes of bad luck. They actually followed such an unreliable master like Yang Qin. Everyone was waiting to see Yang Qin make a fool of himself. Everyone also firmly believed that Yang Qin would definitely make a fool of himself this time. The medicinal hall senior was very experienced. He only needed to taste and lick any new medicine and he would be able to determine its medicinal properties in at most half a day. If he said it was ineffective for the qi condensation and foundation establishment stages, then it definitely was ineffective. However, things that were all refined with ordinary medicinal herbs, could it be prepared for the gold core stage? Just as everyone in 9 Earth Mountain Villa was waiting for Yang Qin to make a fool of himself, the medicinal hall of 9 Earth Mountain Villa welcomed a person who had never appeared here before. The current hall master of Chunyang Palace's medicinal hall, the Golden Core Stage Grand Master Zhu Qintao. Once Zhu Qintao arrived at the medicinal hall of 9 Earth Mountain Villa, he directly pulled the person in charge and hurriedly asked, "Where is Yang Qin? Where is that Yang Qin who refined the qi-seeking pill? Immediately take me to see him." Chapter 57. The hall master of the medicinal hall was a very unusual figure in Chunyang Palace. He had been studying alchemy all his life, and even his cultivation had been delayed. If it weren't for a large number of elixirs, he might not be able to enter the gold core stage. However, since he was an alchemist, such a promotion process seemed normal, relying on alchemy. Zhu Qintao was studying a difficult problem in alchemy recently in Chunyang Palace. he vaguely heard several disciples of the medicinal hall discussing a new medicine. It was said that it could not be used by cultivators, or it would not work at all after being used, which made him feel very strange. When studying a certain problem, it was appropriate to change your mind. Maybe you could suddenly think of something. Zhu Chuntao was also holding such an idea, so he called the disciple of the medicinal hall over and carefully asked about this thing called qi-seeking pill. What was the point of refining an elixir that could not be used by cultivators? Zhu Chuntao was puzzled, but since the elixir had been sent to be identified, Zhu Chuntao must take a look and see what it was used for. When several disciples of the medicinal hall saw that the hall master came forward, they hurriedly sent the elixir over, and then explained the elixir in its entirety, including that this elixir could not be used by cultivators, and the person who refined it was an outer sect disciple of the first level of qi refining. The moment he got the elixir, Zhu Chuntao could almost be sure that the raw materials of this elixir were 90%. He could judge it just by the color of the elixir. These 90% raw materials were all extremely ordinary medicinal materials, or in other words, they were simply medicinal materials that mortals would use, and there was not a single high-level medicinal material. Zhu Chuntao, who was disappointed, was about to put the qi-seeking pill back, but suddenly found something. This elixir was very rigorous, and there was no trace of medicine smell. Just this alone made Zhu Chuntao feel a little inferior. Although with his identity as a gold core stage alchemy master, using some ordinary medicinal herbs to achieve this was not a difficult thing to do. However, he knew that the little guy who refined the alchemy was only at the first layer of the qi refining stage. This was very commendable. Just looking at the method of collecting the elixir, Zhu Chuntao felt that it was necessary to study this thing called qi-seeking pill. It was impossible for such an ordinary medicinal herb to have much of an effect on Zhu Chuntao. Zhu Chuntao directly picked one and put it into his mouth. Zhu Chuntao had always believed that there was no faster way to appraise the pill than to personally taste it. Once it entered his mouth, the qi-seeking pill seemed to turn into a stream of air, quickly melting and disappearing. After that, there were no more. Zhu Chuntao stared blankly. Could this be the effect of the pill? Since this medicine was called the qi-seeking pill, there must be some meaning behind it. Zhu Chuntao pondered for a moment, as though he had thought of something. He picked up another qi-seeking pill and popped it into his mouth. The pill was still rapidly melting and disappearing in his mouth, but this time Zhu Chuntao, who was concentrating his senses, keenly discovered that something was different. As soon as the medicinal power entered his mouth, it turned into an extremely weak stream of air that attempted to rush into his meridians. However, it was blocked by his own powerful spiritual power and immediately dissipated without a trace. However, Zhu Chuntao's eyes lit up. The feeling of the airflow rushing through his meridians was so familiar. It was just like the feeling he felt when he first started cultivating and tried to sense the flow of qi. Yes, the qi-seeking pill, no wonder it was called the qi-seeking pill. This was simply an elixir that helped those preparatory disciples find the sense of qi in the simplest way. Was it useless for cultivators? Zhu Chuntao didn't think so. As the hall master of the medicine hall, he naturally looked at the problem from a more comprehensive perspective than those ordinary disciples. He considered the interests of Chunyang Palace more. No matter how powerful a sect was, it was always composed of disciples, from the lowest preparatory disciples to the outer sect disciples, to the inner sect disciples, and even to the pro-disciples. The status of each level was higher than the previous one. However, the lowest preparatory disciples had always been the foundation of all sections. The development potential of a sect was not decided by the most powerful person in the sect, but by the lowest level preparatory disciples. Zhu Chuntao was an experienced person. Of course, he knew how difficult it was for the preparatory disciples to find the sense of qi and complete a qi circulation at the beginning. If there was this qi-seeking pill at that time, Zhu Qintao could be sure that the time for him to become an outer sect disciple could be shortened by at least half. If the time for each preparatory disciple to reach the first level of qi refining could be shortened by half, it meant that there would be at least several times more outer sect disciples than now. A huge number of disciples also meant that the number of people who could become inner sect disciples would increase greatly. The more disciples there were, the greater the potential of the sect. After thinking about this, Zhu Qintao took this bottle of qi-seeking pill directly to see the palace master. As the palace master, his view on this issue was naturally more sensitive, and his eyes immediately lit up. This disciple must be rewarded heavily. The palace master directly decided his attitude towards Yang Chen. Also, this qi-seeking pill is listed as a secret of our Chunyang Palace. Except for you and me, the disciples, especially the disciples of your medicine hall, must not easily disclose the secret of this qi-seeking pill to outsiders. With this qi-seeking pill, within 100 years, our Chunyang Palace can definitely grow several times stronger. Speaking of this, even the palace master with Yuanian cultivation could not help but tremble. However, an outer sect disciple who was at the first level of qi refining was not worthy of the palace master's appearance. Therefore, the medicine hall master Zhu Qintao volunteered to find Yang Chen. In this, there was a little selfishness of Zhu Qintao. After tasting it himself, he basically knew what kind of medicinal materials were used in the qi-seeking pill. However, even if he, the alchemy master, used the same medicinal materials, he could not completely refine the qi-seeking pill. Strictly speaking, he did not even manage to refine a single qi-seeking pill. Even though the refined items looked similar, there was no effect at all. This made Zhu Qintao very discouraged, but at the same time, he also became abnormally excited. The medicinal materials could not be wrong, so the only thing that could be wrong was the use of medicinal materials and the special refining method, and the most likely was the refining method. At the thought that this was probably a method that Zhu Qintao had never heard of, Zhu Qintao had an urge to see Yang Chen immediately and watch him refine the pill. As a result, the Nine Earth Mountain Villa was shocked to find that the legendary figure of the Pure Yang Palace, the hall master of the medicinal hall, the Jedon alchemist Zhu Qintao hurriedly rushed to the Nine Earth Mountain Villa and began to clamor to see Yang Chen. Chapter 58. With the arrival of a Golden Core Grandmaster, the entire Nine Earth Mountain Villa was thrown into chaos. Who would have thought that a Golden Core Grandmaster would come to the villa, and that he wanted to see an outer sect disciple who had just joined the Nine Earth Mountain Villa? As a teaching disciple, Chu Heng could be considered half a manager of the Nine Earth Mountain Villa. He was already respectfully waiting not far away. Hearing that Zhu Qintao wanted to see Yang Chen, even though he was already at the foundation establishment stage, his heart couldn't help but tremble. What reason could make a Golden Core stage alchemy grandmaster so anxious to see an outer sect disciple? Although he had doubts in his heart, Chu Heng didn't dare to express a trace of dissatisfaction on his face. He quickly ordered a disciple to find Yang Chen and have him come over immediately. What a joke! A Golden Core Grandmaster couldn't possibly lower himself to see an outer sect disciple, right? Yang Chen was cultivating regularly. His life during this period of time was very peaceful. In the eyes of outsiders, Yang Chen was only punctually meditating and cultivating for one cycle every day. Afterwards, he would have nothing to do in the villa and look around. No one knew what he was looking at. Sometimes, he would use the hard-earned sect contribution points to exchange for time to read in the scripture pavilion, squandering all the sect contribution points. In the eyes of countless people, only meditating and cultivating for one cycle every day was already lazy to the extreme. There was no outer sect disciple lazier than him. Coupled with Chu Heng's intentional or unintentional attitude, besides Yang Chen's 4 servants, no one else would pay attention to him. Even Sun Haijing, who had just come out of seclusion, didn't have the same hatred towards Yang Chen as before. First, his cultivation had advanced and his state of mind seemed to be a bit more open. Second, arguing with such a mischievous person would be beneath his status. The lazier Yang Chen appeared, the less of a threat he would be in the future. No one knew that although Yang Chen only did one cycle every time, in reality, it was a full cycle of the yin-yang 5 elements art. Moreover, before each cycle, Yang Chen always ate a piece of the profound yang fruit. The 1,000-year profound yang fruit's flesh contained a spirit power so powerful that it made people drool. With Yang Chen's yin-yang 5 elements arts complementing each other, it was enough to send Yang Chen's cultivation directly to the second level of qi refining within one cycle. Even so, the enormous medicinal power was still unable to be completely absorbed. But Yang Chen would never be satisfied with this kind of spiritual power skyrocketing realm improvement, followed by a reversal of the 5 elements. It would quickly offset the skyrocketing spiritual power in the body, leaving only the purest part of the essence that even the 5 elements could not completely offset. This yin and yang 5 elements restrained each other, but it made Yang Chen's cultivation base return to the first layer of qi refining. After this positive and negative yin and yang 5 elements cycle, the spiritual power in Yang Chen's body was improving at a uniform rate every day. However, Yang Chen knew that this kind of improvement was all the essence of the essence. He did not even have to worry about reaching the peak of qi refining in order to build his foundation. He had to purify the impure spiritual power in his body again. Countless people were stuck at the peak of qi refining. It was precisely because in order to speed up the breakthrough to the peak of qi refining, they used a variety of methods to increase their spiritual power. This led to the spiritual power in the body being sufficient, but the quality was far from enough. But Yang Chen did not have such a problem at all. Of course, Yang Chen's external performance was that of fire attribute spiritual power. Naturally, Yang Chen would focus on the performance of fire attribute spiritual power. After thoroughly digesting the profound yang fruit's medicinal power, Yang Chen would always control the 4th fire attribute spiritual power to deliberately reflect it, giving people a feeling of fire surrounding the body. For Yang Chen, one complete cycle of cultivation every day was already enough. Naturally, if he didn't use the profound yang fruit, the amount of spiritual power he absorbed during cultivation was almost negligible. Yang Chen naturally wouldn't waste that kind of effort. In the eyes of outsiders, he would become a mischievous person. Blindly bitter cultivation is not the right path. Shunda and the others were naturally confused. Before, Yang Chen was not this kind of lazy person. How come he seemed to be a completely different person after arriving at the 9 Earth Mountain Villa? Regarding this, Yang Chen explained it like this. If bitter cultivation is effective, then why does the sect encourage disciples to go out on patrol, refine pills, forge weapons, and even do odd jobs in the sect in exchange for sect contribution points? Isn't it just to let the disciples relax when cultivating? Shunda, Helian, and the others were also influenced by Yang Chen. They only cultivated 9 cycles a day. This was the limit Yang Chen told them. The rest of the time, apart from serving Yang Chen, was to do odd jobs everywhere in the 9 Earth Mountain Villa in exchange for sect contribution points. Yang Chen and his servants also became a very special few in the 9 Earth Mountain Villa. Zhu Chuntao wanted to find Yang Chen. Naturally, there were disciples who immediately called Yang Chen over. It just so happened that Yang Chen was strolling around at this time. When he heard the summons, he hurried over. From far away, Yang Chen felt an unusual aura. It faintly revealed a monarch-like aura. Discovering this aura, Yang Chen's heart moved, but there was no abnormality on his face. He quickly followed the disciple leading the way to the medicine hall. Zhu Chuntao did not deliberately completely restrain his aura, he just let it be released naturally. Despite this, the aura of a golden core grandmaster still made people involuntarily have an urge to worship. The disciples serving here all didn't dare to breathe loudly at this moment. They looked at Zhu Chuntao in the middle full of respect. Yang Chun, why haven't you paid your respects to Martial Granduncle? Chu Heng's rebuke came from far away. Yang Chun didn't dare to be neglectful. He respectfully bowed to Zhu Chuntao from far away. Before he could speak, Zhu Chuntao's figure had already appeared in front of him. He picked up Yang Chun and asked loudly, "You are Yang Chun? Did you refine this qi-seeking pill?" "Yes, Martial Granduncle." Yang Chun knew in his previous life that Zhu Chuntao was a fan of alchemy. His qi-seeking pill was precisely to attract the attention of the medicine hall. He originally planned to refine some higher-level pills to attract Zhu Chuntao's attention, but he didn't expect Zhu Chuntao to come so quickly. "Refine it for me to see." Zhu Chuntao didn't say anything and directly let Yang Chun start refining the pill. When the people next to him heard Zhu Chuntao's instructions, they were all stunned. A Golden Core Grandmaster was so impatient. It was unbelievable. Here? Yang Chen was startled and then smiled. "Martial Granduncle, there are too many people here, and it is not suitable to calm down and refine pills. Otherwise, let's change places." As he spoke, he glanced at Chu Heng with a smile. Obviously, the person he was talking about was Chu Heng. Chapter 59. Let's go to your pill refining room. Zhu Chuntao didn't say anything else and immediately got up to leave. With his movement, how could the others still dare to stand? They all hurriedly stood up. The supervisor of the 9 Earth Mountain Villa's medicine hall immediately became anxious. He stepped forward and said hurriedly, "Martial Uncle, since it's pill refining, isn't it more appropriate to do it in the medicine hall? Besides, everyone also wants to observe Junior Brother Yang's pill refining technique." It would have been better if he didn't say this reason. Once he said this, Zhu Chuntao immediately remembered the palace master's instructions. The qi-seeking pill was very important to the sect and couldn't be known by just anyone. Hearing the medicine hall supervisor's words, he directly waved his hand. "Do you have the medicinal ingredients that Yang Chun uses here? Or do you have a pill furnace that he can use?" With these 2 sentences, everyone could naturally hear that Hall Master Zhu didn't want to watch Yang Chun refine pills here at all. They could only bitterly follow behind Zhu Chuntao, planning to go see what kind of good pills Yang Chun had refined. Seeing this situation, Zhu Chuntao frowned. "What? Do you all have nothing to do every day? Go busy yourselves with your own things? If you really have nothing to do, then go cultivate. Don't be lazy." With a few words of reprimand, even if everyone was stupid, they knew that Zhu Chuntao didn't want anyone to follow. At this time, the gazes that they looked at Yang Chen almost carried an emotion of extreme jealousy. This was the medicine hall's Golden Core Grandmaster. If he was happy and casually gave a few pointers, that would be a lifetime of benefits. Unfortunately, they were not fated. Seeing this, Chu Heng didn't know what to think in his heart. He hurriedly waved at everyone and loudly instructed, "Go busy yourselves, go busy yourselves. Martial Uncle, let this disciple accompany you over." "What are you going to do? You're not a fire cultivator and you don't know how to refine pills. What are you going to do?" Zhu Chuntao didn't care whether Chu Heng was an inner sect disciple or a training disciple. He directly retorted, "Is it that you're very carefree as a training disciple and have nothing to do every day?" Facing Zhu Chuntao's rebuke, how could Chu Heng dare to say half a word? He hurriedly bowed and left. But when he glanced at Yang Chen, his eyes were filled with unspeakable hatred. Zhu Chuntao happened to see this glance, and he was immediately very dissatisfied. "What are you looking at? What? Are you jealous that an outer sect disciple knows alchemy? Why are the disciples of the Bright Moon Hall becoming more and more useless?" These words were extremely heavy. How could Chu Heng dare to stay where he was? He didn't even dare to casually look and quickly fled. Even so, Zhu Chuntao still seemed to be a little unwilling to let him go. He shouted loudly behind him, People who cultivate the Tao place the most importance on cultivating the mind and temperament. Your temperament still needs to be tempered. The guidance of a golden core stage grandmaster, who knows how many people looked forward to such a day, but Chu Heng could not be happy no matter what. Zhu Qintao's words just now were clearly heard by the entire Nine Earth Mountain Villa. He had lost a great deal of face now. In the future, he would be looked down upon by the Nine Earth Mountain Villa's disciples. All of this was naturally counted by Chu Heng on Yang Chen's head. Yang Chen didn't care what Chu Heng thought. Since he had already attracted Zhu Qintao's attention, he was happy to make himself even more important. After respectfully inviting Zhu Qintao into his small courtyard, he immediately ordered He Lian to prepare the things. Shunda, Yuan Ting, and Gu Kun continuously waited on the surroundings, afraid that there would be anything lacking. Only a few people were allowed to stay in the simple and crude alchemy room. Even if the other people of Nine Earth Mountain Villa were extremely curious, they didn't dare to peep in front of a golden core stage grandmaster. He Lian was already so nervous that her body was trembling. Following her master, in a short period of a month, she actually saw a golden core stage grandmaster. In the past, this kind of thing was unimaginable. At this moment, a golden core stage grandmaster was sitting in front of her. Everything was like a dream. Although she was nervous, He Lian's basic skills were still not bad. In a short while, she had already prepared all the materials that Yang Chen used to refine pills last time. She even measured the weight. Then, she took out Yang Chen's pill refining furnace from her Qiankuan bag and placed it in front of Yang Chen. "This is the pill refining furnace you used?" Looking at this extremely simple pill refining furnace, Zhu Qintao's face couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. Relying on this kind of pill refining furnace, he could refine the qi-seeking pill. What did this mean? Could it be that Chunyang Palace would soon have another pill refining genius? However, the surprise on Zhu Qintao's face only flashed. What he wanted to know the most was Yang Chen's pill refining technique. He had already seen the herbs, and there was no difference from his analysis. There was only a slight difference in the dosage, but this difference was not enough to make Zhu Qintao unable to make the qi-seeking pill. The only thing that could explain the problem was Yang Chen's pill refining technique. In the face of a golden core stage grandmaster, Yang Chen couldn't help but become serious. He sat in the same place, holding the two handles of the pill refining furnace with both hands and began to practice. Everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. There were already two flames in Yang Chen's hands. At first glance, Zhu Qintao could conclude that Yang Chen's was just an ordinary flame of the 5 elements. There was no unique fire seed. It was normal to think about it. It would be strange if an outer sect disciple at the first level of qi refining had any strange fire seed on him. There were no traces of strange flames on the qi-seeking pill. It was obviously an ordinary fire. However, the scene of Yang Chen's next control of the flame directly made Zhu Qintao's eyes stare out. When the double helix thin flame began to rotate, he had already concentrated on the flame in the alchemy furnace, and his eyes refused to blink. The herbs were added one by one, melted, then rotated, and then slowly mixed evenly. Finally, under the control of Yang Chen's unique flame, it was directly broken into small pieces of uniform size. Then Zhu Qintao watched Yang Chen use a seemingly very ordinary pill refining technique to collect the medicinal pills that have been formed and put them into a jade bottle. From the beginning to the end, Zhu Qintao stared at Yang Chen's technique. He was fully focused and did not wander at all. He was completely observing and analyzing Yang Chen's technique until Yang Chen's alchemy ended. Taking the jade bottle that Yang Chen had put away, Zhu Qintao pinched a qi-seeking pill and sent it into his mouth. Suddenly, a cyclone that wanted to invade the meridians flashed away. Yes, this was the real qi-seeking pill. Everything happened in front of Zhu Qintao's eyes, and he couldn't have any doubts. There were no unique herbs, no mysterious alchemy furnace, and even no unique pill refining technique. The only thing that was different was Yang Chen's method of controlling the fire. That technique, even in the eyes of Zhu Chuntao, a golden core stage master, was enough to be described as superb. Chapter 60. You. Pointing to Yang Chen, Zhu Chuntao said the word you twice, and it seemed that he still couldn't think of how to ask. This was the first time that Zhu Chuntao had such a feeling when facing an outer sect disciple. Yang Chen's spiritual power was very poor, and Zhu Chuntao did not expect him, a disciple in the first layer of the qi refining stage, to be strong. However, just talking about the means of controlling the fire, even if it was Zhu Chuntao, he couldn't do it when he was in the first layer of the qi refining stage. Although he could barely do it with his cultivation base in the Zhedan stage, he couldn't do it as easily as Yang Chen. It must be known that Yang Chen had almost stretched the two small flames that he could control to the extreme. In the eyes of a master like Zhu Chuntao, the thinnest flame was almost as thin as silk. Even if it was Zhu Chuntao, it was very difficult to do it, not to mention that there was no slightest mistake in the process of alchemy. As an alchemy grandmaster, after Zhu Chuntao saw the complete alchemy process, he had understood most of the principles of this qi-seeking pill. It was nothing more than sealing the spiral-shaped flame in the pill. The moment the pill was eaten, the spiral-shaped aura would erupt, giving people a feeling of being strengthened by an external force. This would allow those new cultivators to find this trace of feeling and quickly enter the state. This qi-seeking pill, the most important thing was that the two spiral-shaped flames could not have the slightest intersection. The thinner the distance, the closer the medicinal effect was, the better the effect. Once the two flames accidentally intersect, it would destroy the spiral-shaped aura, and this furnace of pills would be considered wasted. What shocked Zhu Chuntao was that even if he understood all the principles and saw the complete process, if he really wanted to refine such a furnace of qi-seeking pill himself, he couldn't guarantee that he would succeed every time. However, Yang Chen, in the face of the pressure of a Zhedan stage master, still had to divide his attention to controlling the fire for alchemy, but he did it so easily. This point, even Zhu Chuntao was ashamed. After thinking about this, Zhu Chuntao suddenly felt a little ashamed. He was an alchemy master of the Zhedan stage. He didn't know how many times more experienced than Yang Chen, but in the face of such a furnace of ordinary medicinal materials, using the worst alchemy furnace to refine medicinal pills, he was actually not as good as a disciple of the first layer of the qi refining stage. How could he bear this? Where did you learn this method of controlling the fire? Finally, Zhu Chuntao stabilized his mind, found the focus, and then asked this question. He wanted to know what kind of person could point out Yang Chen, a freak who could make him feel ashamed of his inferiority in controlling the fire? When I was in the Xiu Manor, the Shangguan of the Shangguan Yang Chen had long thought of an excuse. In the face of Zhu Chuntao's inquiry, he did not panic at all. He spoke with confidence and assurance. He said that I have a fire spirit root. In the future, whether it is cultivation or fighting, alchemy or refining, it is inseparable from the fire. He said that I must be able to control. I listened to the words of the Shangguan Yang. After I entered the first layer of the qi refining stage, I especially practiced controlling the fire for more than half a year. After you completed your qi circulation, you practiced controlling the fire for more than half a year? Zhu Chuntao was stunned. He had heard of Yang Chen's experience. After this disciple joined the Chunyang Palace's Xiu Manor, in just a year and a half, he had reached the standard of the outer sect disciple of the first layer of the qi refining stage. This speed could already be considered as a person with excellent comprehension. He didn't expect that he actually practiced controlling the fire for more than half a year. In other words, Yang Chen reached the first layer of the qi refining stage in less than a year. The four servants, including Shunda, were also stunned, but this also eliminated one of the doubts in their hearts. When Yang Chen was in seclusion in the Xiu Manor, it was always the four servants who served him. They had long noticed that when Yang Chen was in seclusion, there was a fluctuation of spiritual power. At that time, they didn't say anything, so they were very puzzled. Now they finally understood that Yang Chen had already completed his qi circulation and was practicing controlling the fire. Compared to Zhu Chintao's shock, the hearts of Shende and the four servants were even more shocked. The big shots were high up and didn't know that there were so many twists and turns in Yang Chen's cultivation, but they knew. If the time Yang Chen used to practice calligraphy and lay the foundation was deducted, then from the beginning of Yang Chen's cultivation to the first layer of the qi refining stage, it only took a short half a year. Even in the whole of Chunyang Palace, as far as Shende and the others knew, it was an unprecedented achievement. Just because of Shang Guanfeng's words, you fumbled and practiced to this point? Seeing that Yang Chen nodded his head and admitted it, Zhu Chintao's heart was now only left with shock and surprise. What was different from the shock of Shende and the others was that he was shocked by Yang Chen's comprehension of cultivation. The achievements of a person's cultivation, in addition to his own innate root bone, which was the attribute of the spiritual root, depended on his own comprehension, hard work, and the degree of external help. Even if a person's spiritual root was full value, if he didn't have the comprehension, he couldn't even understand, let alone cultivate. Without the slightest external help, Yang Chen could practice controlling the fire to this point only by the guidance of Shang Guanfeng, the new disciple of Zhuji stage. If Zhu Chintao were to find a suitable word to describe it, perhaps he could only be described as a madman. Zhu Chintao suddenly had an impulse. Such a talented disciple, he must let the palace master know. In front of him, the outer mountain disciple who could speak with confidence and composure in the face of the pressure of a Jedon stage master, and did not panic when refining medicine, was definitely the most potential genius disciple recruited by Chunyang Palace in the past 100 years. If such a disciple was not carefully cultivated, it would definitely be the biggest loss of Chunyang Palace. How about this, Yang Chen? I don't treat you as an outer mountain disciple, and you don't treat me as a martial uncle. Let's put aside our identities and simply discuss the means of controlling the fire. What do you think? The more he looked at Yang Chen, the more Zhu Chintao liked him. He suddenly had the idea of accepting him as a disciple, but he knew that it was impossible now. It was still possible to simply give pointers, but he didn't want to see Yang Chen take a detour. As soon as Zhu Chintao said this, Shende, Helian, Yuan Ting and Gu Kun were all shocked. Who was Zhu Chintao? For the four servants, he was simply a legendary existence. Even if he was an outer mountain disciple, he was a martial uncle who had to kowtow when he saw him. What was he saying? Put aside our identities? Discuss it? My God, a Jedon stage master and a disciple at the first level of qi refining realm, discuss it equally? Did they hear it wrong, or was the world crazy? How dare I trouble martial uncle? Yang Chen didn't seem to understand the meaning of this at all. His mouth was polite, but he immediately said another sentence. There are some things I don't understand, and I hope martial uncle can give me some advice. Chapter 61. On one hand, he didn't regard himself as an outsider, and on the other hand, he seized the opportunity to ask for guidance. Yang Chen and Zhu Chintao immediately stared at each other like tortoises and mung beans. However, this scene was witnessed by Yang Chen's four servants. They didn't know how many times they smacked their jaws on the ground in secret. Martial granduncle, I have been pondering alone, and I don't have any special methods. Whatever I see, I just think of using flames to create it. In the face of Zhu Chintao, Yang Chen was really not polite at all. He straightforwardly raised the question. It's just that sometimes it's only possible to be similar in appearance but not in spirit. I don't know what the reason is. Master Uncle, please take a look. As he said that, 2 balls of flames appeared on Yang Chen's hands again. Then, the 2 balls of flames started a series of dazzling performances. Without a sound, the 2 balls of flames seemed to fuse together, turning into a fire stick that ran through both of Yang Chen's hands. It was long and round, but had the same thickness. The red flames surged within the stick, but none of them were able to escape the range of the stick. Immediately after, the flames turned into a square. The flames flowed smoothly on the surface. If one didn't pay attention, they might really think that it was a real thing and not an illusory flame. Then, the shape of the flames became more and more complicated. A treasured sword made of flames, a ghost head blade made of flames, even a table made of flames, a book, a jade slip, and even a burning candle. Shunda and the other three were stunned speechless, especially Helian and Gu Kun. They looked at the burning candle. The candle below didn't move at all, as if it was a real thing. However, the flames on the wick were still swaying slightly. Coupled with the red color, it was very lifelike. This change wasn't over yet. In the blink of an eye, the flames started to transform into a tree. Apart from the color, the tree trunk and leaves looked as if they were carved out of red jade. It was so realistic that even the folds on the bark could be seen clearly. If one were to take a closer look, one would even notice that every leaf, including the veins, was clearly visible. Zhu Chuntao was worthy of being a Jedon stage master. His powerful spiritual awareness did not miss even the most subtle part of the flame in Yang Chen's hand. When he found that the leaves were so clear, he couldn't help but be shocked. How could such a method be considered as controlling fire? It was simply using fire to create a world. The flame on Yang Chen's hand was still changing. After maintaining the tree for a period of time, it suddenly dissipated and turned into a house in the blink of an eye. This house was exactly the same as the alchemy room that Yang Chen was currently in. Zhu Chuntao even used his divine sense to scan the place and found that even the bricks and tiles corresponded to each other. It was just that they were a lot smaller. The following changes made Zhu Chuntao even more dazzled. The house suddenly shrank, and then many things appeared around it. Yang Chen's small courtyard appeared between Yang Chen's hands, as if it had shrunk many times. After everyone saw everything clearly, the small courtyard shrank again. Then everyone saw a corner of the 9 Earth Mountain Villa, with dozens of small courtyards. With everyone's eyesight and divine sense, they could still see it clearly. After stabilizing for a period of time, the corner of the mountain villa shrank again, and then the entire miniature 9 Earth Mountain Villa appeared in front of everyone. The 9 Earth Mountain Villa was almost several dozen li in circumference, but at this moment it was completely displayed between Yang Chen's hands. What was miraculous was that if everyone used their divine sense to scan, they could find that every brick, every tile, every stone, and every tree of the 9 Earth Mountain Villa could be found in the small area between Yang Chen's hands. Seeing this, the Jedon stage master Zhu Chuntao plus Yang Chen's 4 servants Shunda, Helian, Yuan Ting, and Gu Kun were completely stunned. What was this? This was a flame? Using flames to construct an illusory 9 Earth Mountain Villa, could there be a situation more unbelievable than this? There was no need to mention Shunda and the other three. From the moment the increasingly complicated shapes formed by the flames had appeared, they had completely turned into idiots. Other than opening their mouths wide and maintaining a dumbstruck expression, they did not make any other movements. Even with Zhu Chuntao's boasting of his Jedon stage cultivation, having several hundred years of experience in the area of pill refinement and controlling fire, he still didn't dare pat his chest and boast that he could do what Yang Chen did. What was even more unbelievable was that all of this was done by a first-level Qi condensation outer sect disciple. His cultivation was lower than any of the people present, including the servants, but he had done a miracle that no one could believe their eyes. Yes, apart from miracle, the 5 people couldn't think of any words to describe what they saw. If this kind of scene appeared on a Yuanying stage master, perhaps it wouldn't be strange, but it just had to appear on the hands of a first-level Qi condensation outer sect disciple. After the 9 Earth Mountain Villa scene continued for a while, it suddenly dissipated. all of the scenery once again turned into two small and trembling flames, swaying on Yang Chen's hands and returning to its original appearance. Without Yang Chen saying much, everyone understood how Yang Chen did all of this. First he used the flames to simulate simple shapes, like a long square, then more complex shapes, then more and more complex, until finally he could evolve into the entire 9-Earth mountain villa. The shapes that Yang Chen displayed one by one were the trajectories that he practiced. There was simply no need to ask. Was there still any doubt about such a superb method? At least in the eyes of Shenda, He Lian, Yuan Ting, and Gu Kun, it was already a perfect performance. They couldn't see any problems at all. A Golden Core Grand Master was a Golden Core Grand Master after all. Zhu Chentao seemed to think of something and began to slowly ponder with a frown. But how could he find an answer in such a short amount of time? Just recovering from the shock was already not bad. Martial uncle, you also saw that I can do this. Yang Chen's words sounded at the right time and gathered everyone's attention. Zhu Chentao's spirit was even more shaken. Maybe what Yang Chen found difficult was something he hadn't thought of at the moment. Although my flames can simulate complex shapes, there is one thing I can't do. Yang Chen's question finally came out. I can only simulate things that can't move, but I can't create things that can move. Martial uncle, do you have any way to solve this? Once Yang Chen's question came out, Zhu Chentao suddenly froze. His ears seemed to be shaken by a great bell and his eyes immediately lit up. Then he sighed heavily. Yang Chen, compared to your imperial fire, I found that my hundreds of years of cultivation have all gone to waste. Chapter 62. The words of a Jedon stage master directly made Shenda, He Lian, Yuan Ting, and Gu Kun fall into a complete sluggish state. If a Jedon stage master, moreover a fire attribute Jedon stage master, said that his hundreds of years of cultivation in controlling fire were all in vain, then what were they? Even worse than a dog? Hearing this, Yang Chen's face showed a trace of a bitter smile. He attracted Zhu Chentao's attention in order to hide himself under a layer of protection in Chunyang Palace, and also to make everyone pay more attention to him, but not to let Zhu Chentao evaluate him like this. Once this sentence was heard by people outside, it was unknown how much trouble it would cause. The cultivation world was not entirely composed of good people. It was unknown how many people were jealous of the virtuous and capable, including Chu Heng. He was in Chunyang Palace, but he was on good terms with the pro-disciple of the Taishanmen, and even fawned on him. How good was his heart! Furthermore, it wasn't like everyone was so calm and peaceful among the sections. The cultivation resources in this world were not so abundant that all cultivators could squander. This also meant that there must be fights between sections. And once a talented disciple appeared in some sects, if they did not pay attention to protection, it was estimated that they would die suddenly for unknown reasons. Once Zhu Chentao's evaluation of him spread outside, Yang Chen estimated that even if he stayed in the 9-Earth mountain villa every day and did not go out, he might still be plotted against. After all, he was now only at the first level of qi refining. At best, he could only overturn mediocre people like Shenda or Sun Haijing, who were at the fourth level of qi refining. If a master appeared again, he would definitely not be able to bear the consequences. Even if he could kill the killer who blocked the way last time, it was because the other party underestimated him and did not expect that he would have that murderous move. If the other party really wanted to deal with Yang Chen with all his strength from the beginning, Yang Chen would have died long ago. No one spoke, and the scene was silent for a long time. Zhu Chentao seemed to recover from that kind of sigh. Seeing Yang Chen's face, he immediately realized what kind of trouble his words might bring. Without thinking about it, his face immediately sank. You didn't hear anything just now, you didn't see anything. You've been serving the two of us outside, right? As soon as these words came out, the 4 servants were all quick-witted people. After being servants for a few years, If they didn't even have this little insight, then they would have worked for nothing. They all swore loudly with their inner demons, and then they no longer dared to stay around the two and left. When only Yang Chen and Zhu Chentao were left, Zhu Chentao said excitedly, "So fire can also be played with like this, how did you think of it?" Of course, Yang Chen would not tell him that this was what he learned from the hands of countless important people in the heavenly court in the next 10,000 years, and also from a group of people like the Fire Lord and even the 28 constellations who specialized in playing with fire. He just smiled and said, "I also don't know how to cultivate. Chief Steward Shangguan said to train to control fire, so I used this method to train to control fire. I still don't know if it's right or not, but since Marshal Granduncle said so, it seems like it's not wrong." Wrong? Zhu Chentao glared at Yang Chen and suddenly laughed. "I originally thought that I would only be able to fool around in the Aurus Core stage for the rest of my life, but after your demonstration, I saw the hope of nascent soul. I am not your Marshal Granduncle, you are my Marshal Granduncle." In a happy mood, Zhu Chentao's words were already very out of tune. The sudden surprise, even if he was a Jedon Grandmaster, he could not help but be shocked by this discovery. It was not like the demeanor that a Grandmaster should have. When talking to Yang Chen, he also began to speak indiscriminately. Seeing that Yang Chen had been smiling bitterly, Zhu Chentao patted Yang Chen's shoulder very casually and comforted him. "Don't worry, now only I and the Palace Master know about your matter, others don't know. Your Qi-seeking pill will be the secret weapon of my Chunyang Palace in the future. No matter how many you refine, the palace will collect how many. Don't worry, if you want crystal stones we will give you crystal stones. If you want contribution, we will give you contribution. In addition, the question you said, how to make the fire simulate living things, I don't know how to answer you for a while." Zhu Chentao did not proudly forget the question raised by Yang Chen. "According to my experience, there are two possibilities. One is that your current spiritual power cultivation is not enough. The other is that your divine awareness is not enough. You practice like this first. After I go back and think about it for a while, I will tell you." "Thank you, Grandmaster." Yang Chen nodded secretly in his heart. In fact, what Zhu Chentao said was exactly his current problem. Zhu Chentao was worthy of playing with fire for hundreds of years. Even with experience alone, he could see some things. Although it was not the most critical part, he believed that after Zhu Chentao went back and studied it, he would also find out the mystery. Many things were like a layer of window paper. As long as it was pierced, there would be no secrets. However, Zhu Chentao said that everything was confidential, which made him feel relieved. As long as he was not a genius in cultivation, and only had a reputation for alchemy, the treatment could be completely different. No one would like to offend an alchemist, even in the demonic path. For those who might save their lives and help them improve their cultivation in the future, most people in the cultivation world would still flatter them. Who knew if one day they would come to ask for help? "What are you thanking me for?" "I should thank you." Zhu Chentao waved his hand and did not put on his Grandmaster's airs. After saying that, he frowned and said, "However, how do I thank you?" "Well, how about this? I will accept you as my disciple and directly become my personal disciple. How about it?" These words made Yang Chen stunned. He did not expect Zhu Chentao to suddenly give him such a big gift. There were many benefits to becoming Zhu Chentao's personal disciple. If it was given to anyone in the 9 Earth Mountain Villa, it would be a good thing to reach the sky in a single bound. However, the problem was that Yang Chen's first wish after his rebirth was to become a disciple of his beautiful master. "Grandmaster, this is against the rules. You can't break the rules of Chunyang Palace just for me." Yang Chen hurriedly found an excuse. However, he immediately thought that this might just be a delay. Maybe it was a problem that he would still have to face after reaching the foundation establishment stage. He could only say very honestly, In addition, this disciple also wants to learn something other than alchemy in Chunyang Palace. This was a tactful refusal. With Zhu Qintao's hundreds of years of experience, how could he not hear it? He did not force it. After all, a Jindan stage master could still be more open-minded. He chuckled and said, "If that's the case, then I will owe you a favor. When you need it, you can come to me." In addition, as he spoke, Zhu Qintao took out an alchemy furnace from his Qiankuan bag and put it in front of Yang Chen. "Your alchemy furnace is too bad. This is for you." Chapter 63. This is something I bought from an auction by chance when I was traveling outside. Although it is a low-grade alchemy furnace, it can just bring your fire control method to the extreme. Zhu Qintao was very satisfied to look at the alchemy furnace he took out and said, "I already have a top-grade alchemy furnace, you can just use this to improve your alchemy technique." "Thank you for the great gift of Master Uncle, it would be impolite for this disciple to refuse." Yang Chen saw this alchemy furnace at a glance, his face immediately showed a smile. He did not refuse, and directly thanked him. Zhu Qintao saw that he accepted it easily, and he was also very happy. Compared with the direction he found for the Yuanying stage cultivation, a low-grade alchemy furnace that he could not use was a bit too insignificant. Fortunately, he also promised Yang Chen a favor, which made him feel better in his heart. The thing about the qi-seeking pill, must not let other people know, especially the refining method. Finally, Zhu Qintao still told Yang Chen something before he left. He just saw Yang Chen's superb fire control method, and now he was anxious to go back to experiment and ponder. He could stay until now, it was already a lot of phase. When Zhu Qintao had disappeared, Yang Chen's face showed a smile as if he had found a treasure. He carefully held the alchemy furnace left by Zhu Qintao in his hand and began to look up and down. The more he looked carefully, the more the smile on his face. Lian quietly walked in and saw that Yang Chen was holding the alchemy furnace happily. She did not dare to disturb him and quietly retreated. The alchemy furnace left by a Jedan stage master could definitely make a qi refining first-layer fire cultivator very excited. Yang Chen's performance was reasonable. No one knew that Yang Chen was excited because he found a coveted alchemy furnace. The alchemy furnace in front of him, whether from the appearance or color, was very similar to an alchemy furnace he had heard of in his previous life. And that alchemy furnace was said to be found in the human world. The profound spirit furnace, in his previous life in the heavenly court, was also a great alchemy furnace. It could almost be said to be ranked in the top 10. Almost all the elixirs that Yang Chen had heard of, the profound spirit furnace could be refined. This point, it was estimated that apart from the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord's 8 trigrams furnace, it was absolutely unique. Even the famous alchemy furnaces that were ranked higher than the profound spirit furnace have their own restrictions. A few elixirs could not be refined. But the profound spirit furnace had no such restrictions at all. The reason for this was a characteristic of the profound spirit furnace. This profound spirit furnace was not a top alchemy furnace from the beginning, but a furnace embryo. After thousands of years of refining and looking for various kinds of fire seeds, it became a top alchemy furnace. To put it bluntly, this profound spirit furnace was an alchemy furnace that could be upgraded, but the things needed for the upgrade were more special. In addition to some special materials suitable for the alchemy furnace, the profound spirit furnace also needed to absorb various kinds of fire seeds to upgrade. Now in the hands of Yang Chen, it was likely that the furnace embryo had not yet been discovered by the alchemy master in his previous life. This profound spirit furnace was also refined by a master, but it was only half refined. Because there were no better materials in hand, even he himself did not know whether his idea was feasible or not, so after refining a furnace embryo, he gave up. But even so, the performance of this profound spirit furnace was also a low-grade alchemy furnace. Holding it in his hand, Yang Chen scanned it several times with spiritual awareness and input of spiritual power. It looked like the profound spirit furnace. Suddenly, Yang Chen couldn't believe that he would have such good luck and get such a legendary alchemy furnace. Thinking of this, Yang Chen's hands began to tremble a little, as if a huge pie fell from the sky and directly knocked him out. But Yang Chen also understood that this profound spirit furnace at the beginning, in the hands of anyone who did not know the goods, it was just a low-grade alchemy furnace. Who would be willing to use the top materials to throw into a low-grade alchemy furnace? Who would be willing to use precious fire seeds to throw into a low-grade alchemy furnace? Needless to say others, the Jiedon stage master Zhu Chentao, didn't he take the profound spirit furnace as a waste and directly threw it to Yang Chen? Anyway, whether it was or not, as long as Yang Chen had the opportunity to refine it with top materials, or what kind of precious fire seeds were collected, it would naturally be seen. Although he could not be 100% sure, Yang Chen had already had 80% confidence from the performance of this alchemy furnace. In any case, this was also a low-grade alchemy furnace. Compared with the unranked alchemy furnace in Yang Chen's hands, it was not known how many times it was stronger. Even if it was a low-grade alchemy furnace, it could be classified as a magic weapon. If Yang Chen only had the strength of the first layer of the Qi refining stage, he could not even control the magic weapon, he could only use some rune weapons. However, thanks to Yang Chen's spiritual awareness that was already comparable to the middle stage of the foundation stage, at least Yang Chen was now able to completely collect the profound spirit furnace, mark it with his own spiritual awareness mark, and completely turn it into his own thing. He had already got the profound spirit furnace in his hands. If Yang Chen could still let it become someone else's thing, then he was really a fool. Therefore, without hesitation, Yang Chen began to collect the profound spirit furnace. The powerful spiritual awareness directly wrapped the profound spirit furnace and began to engrave his own spiritual awareness mark in the core of the alchemy furnace. Although Yang Chen's spiritual awareness was already strong enough, but in the case where his spiritual power was still very low, it still took Yang Chen a whole day to do these things. None of Shen Da's 4 people dared to disturb him. They also knew that Yang Chen must be trying to refine the alchemy furnace. Although they knew that the hope was slim, none of them dared to say anything. They just had some doubts in their hearts. They were all depressed, waiting for Yang Chen to come out. After spending a day and a night, Yang Chen finally completed the collection of the profound spirit furnace. When the spiritual awareness completely engraved his own mark in the profound spirit furnace, Yang Chen could not even believe that he already had one of the top 10 alchemy furnaces of the future heavenly court. With a satisfied smile, Yang Chen happily walked out of the alchemy room. He couldn't help but be happy. Even when he was a great principal golden immortal in his previous life, there was no such level of magic weapon in his hands. At the door, Shunda, Helian, Yuan Ting and Gu Kun, 2 on each side, lined up neatly waiting for Yang Chen to come out. When they saw him coming out, they were all happy, and at the same time they were also looking forward to it. Yang Chen did not talk nonsense. He knew what they wanted. He smiled and said directly, "The alchemy furnace is good. By the way, the few of you, no matter what attribute, you can practice the Imperial 5 Elements technique in my way. Moreover, it is very good for practicing spiritual awareness." Chapter 64. Shunda and the other 3 were overjoyed. They were waiting here to ask if other methods similar to Yang Chen could be used in addition to the fire cultivation. Although they all had a little idea in their hearts, they were still very happy to get a positive answer. Several people immediately determined their future direction of cultivation. After a simple rest, Yang Chen immediately called Helian to the alchemy room. Now Yang Chen's cultivation base was still low. It was impossible for a person to control the fire and add medicine to the alchemy, so he could only ask Helian to help. However, this also gave Helian the opportunity to observe, which Helian couldn't ask for. With the newly collected profound spirit furnace, Yang Chen had to use this pill furnace to refine a furnace of qi-seeking pills to try the pill furnace. Since it has been decided to use this profound spirit furnace for the rest of his life, Yang Chen certainly has to start taking good care of it. The best way to maintain the pill furnace, in addition to refining with better materials and looking for fire seeds to absorb, was to add more medicinal qi to the profound spirit furnace. How to increase the medicinal qi? A lot of alchemy was the answer. No matter what kind of medicinal pill it was always necessary to use a variety of medicinal materials. The more medicinal materials were refined, the more medicinal qi left by various medicinal materials would be, and the pill furnace could more and more balance the medicinal qi of various attributes, thus achieving the purpose of warming the pill furnace. Magic weapon? When He Lian saw Yang Chen take out the pill furnace, and then the original palm-sized pill furnace suddenly became a pill furnace with a height of half a person, she immediately recognized that this was a magic weapon, and her envious eyes did not hide it. Cultivate well, you will have a chance to have it in the future. Yang Chen smiled and said nothing more. He just motioned He Lian to start preparing medicinal materials. With such a big pill furnace, it could naturally refine more pills in one go. Yang Chen let He Lian choose 10 times the amount of medicine, and then held the ears of the pill furnace and began to control the flame. No way, the cultivation base was too low, and he couldn't directly use his spiritual awareness to control the flame and the pill furnace at the same time. He could only hold it with both hands. As soon as the flame appeared, Yang Chen felt the strength of the profound spirit furnace. Even if the profound spirit furnace was only a low-grade magic weapon now, it was still a magic weapon after all. Compared with Yang Chen's original worst alchemy furnace, it was simply heaven and earth. Whether it was the control of the flame or the amount of the flame, using the profound spirit furnace was several times better than the original alchemy furnace. Even Yang Chen had a feeling that this alchemy furnace and himself had a kind of flesh and blood connection, and it could know what he wanted to do. One by one, the herbs were added in, and in the blink of an eye, they were transformed into medicinal liquid. After that, the medicinal liquid began to condense along the spiral structure of the flame. Everything was the same as the original concoction process. The only difference was that the amount of medicinal liquid had increased by 10 times. However, Yang Chen did not seem to be straining at all. 2 hours later, a total of 1,000 qi-seeking pills were collected by Yang Chen using the pill-collecting technique. The whole process was very smooth. Yang Chen did not delay time. He didn't have a good way to get the sect contribution before. Now that Zhu Chentao had left a word, he could exchange it for crystal stones or contribution points. Yang Chen directly took the newly refined medicinal pill and went straight to the medicinal hall of the 9 Earth Villa, and then let all the medicinal hall disciples exchange it for the sect contribution points. Zhu Chentao was very generous, and it may also be related to the attention of the palace master. Originally 1 or 2 low-grade spirit stones could be exchanged for a contribution point. Now Zhu Chentao directly let Yang Chen exchange a qi-seeking pill for a contribution point. It must be known that the qi-seeking pill was refined with ordinary medicinal materials, and the cost was negligible. 1,000 contribution points, Yang Chen did not waste any of them. All of them were handed over to the Scriptures Pavilion in exchange for reading time in the Scriptures Pavilion. In the following days, apart from performing 1 cycle of cultivation at a fixed time every day, Yang Chen always stayed in the Scriptures Pavilion. In the previous life, Yang Chen's cultivation of fire attribute methods was already unparalleled in this world. However, Yang Chen did not have a deep understanding of the other attribute. He only had a general understanding during battle, and it had nothing to do with cultivation. Yang Chen could not master one method, and could only first look for help from the sect's ancient records. Although the Scriptures Pavilion of the 9 Earth Villa was only prepared for qi condensation disciples, it had a large number of ancient records. Just the various methods suitable for this period, there were no less than several hundred types. Adding on the experience and lessons of countless predecessors, just the ancient records on cultivation already numbered close to 10,000 jade slip. If one also counted the various classifications such as pill refining, tool refining, talisman techniques, formation knowledge, and so on, just the scriptures pavilion of the 9-earth villa of the Chunyang Palace had no less than 100,000 jade slip. Generally, after qi condensation disciples entered the scriptures pavilion, they would look for the things they needed according to the different categories. Usually, they would find a suitable method, then find the corresponding cultivation experience and lessons for this method, and then they would give up. To be like Yang Chen, carefully studying every single jade slip was simply unprecedented. Countless people looked at Yang Chen's stupidity and shook their heads in silence. Many people took joy in his misfortune, but not many people warned Yang Chen. They seemed to be waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Chu Heng naturally knew of Yang Chen's actions in the scriptures pavilion and almost instantly determined Yang Chen's goal. Yang Chen definitely did not want to ask this disciple about cultivation, so he wanted to go to the scriptures pavilion to find the answer. Chu Heng sneered in his heart. Without someone to teach him step by step, did he really think that cultivation was so simple? However, Yang Chen's behavior also made Chu Heng completely put down his guard. A disciple of the first level of qi condensation, staying in the scriptures pavilion every day instead of cultivating, how much future could he have? There was no need to suppress him at all. He read so many messy ancient books, naturally he would cripple himself. A first level of qi condensation wanted to specialize in many things. Who did Yang Chen think he was? A Jindan stage master? Yang Chen did not care about everyone's opinion. Every day, he eagerly looked at the ancient books of these predecessors. With his experience as a great principal golden immortal, he could naturally distinguish which was right and which was wrong. Soon, he had a more intuitive understanding of the other 5 elements. All day in the scriptures pavilion, the contribution to the sect was not enough. Yang Chen went to refine a furnace of qi-seeking pills, which was enough for him to stay in the scriptures pavilion for a few days. This kind of life lasted for half a year, and the jade slips in the scriptures pavilion, Yang Chen had also read most of them. Just as Yang Chen put a piece of jade slip on the original shelf and reached for the next piece of jade slip, a faint sigh suddenly came behind him. "Junior brother Yang, it's useless for you to look like this." Chapter 65. There were many disciples going in and out of the Sutras depository. There were hundreds of them every day. Many people sometimes wanted to see Yang Chen's obsessive look. They would often appear around Yang Chen. Yang Chen had also developed a habit. He did not guard against the people who came to him. Anyway, those who could enter the Sutras depository were all disciples and servants of Chunyang Palace. They were not allowed to use force here. He did not pay attention to others, and others would not look for him. Therefore, Yang Chen did not pay attention to who appeared around him. He just scanned the jade slips with his divine sense one by one. This sudden voice made Yang Chen's movements stagnate, as if it evoked a warm memory from the bottom of his heart. In his previous life, when Yang Chen was in Jurong Villa, there was such a voice that cared about him. However, after his rebirth, Yang Chen had poured all his thoughts on his master and forgot the initial warm feeling. Turning back, Yang Chen saw the owner of the voice. It was almost exactly the same as in Yang Chen's memory. The fitted dress, the carefully trimmed hem of the skirt, the eyes looking at him calmly, a peerless face like a fairy in the myth, standing behind Yang Chen like a dream. Senior Sister Gong Sun. After Yang Chen called out, he suddenly did not know what to say, and was silent in the same place. Junior brother Yang, if you look at it like this, it will be impure, and it will easily interfere with your cultivation. Gong Sunling looked at the junior brother, who had been hearing his name recently, and kindly advised him. At this moment, Yang Chen's mind had run back to his previous life, recalling every bit of Gong Sunling. Every sect would have some talented disciples. There was no doubt that Gong Sunling was one of those talented disciples. However, the world of cultivation was very cruel. Under the fierce competition, many talented disciples would fall for various reasons. This was why Yang Chen did not want Zhu Chuntao to publicize himself. In his previous life, Gong Sunling was one of the talented disciples who fell. However, she did not fall because of others, but because she failed to ascend and turned into ashes. In Yang Chen's memory, Gong Sunling's impression was far less clear than Shi Shanshan and Sun Qingshu. This was also because she fell early in the mortal world. But in Yang Chen's previous cultivation, senior sister Gong Sunling still gave him a lot of advice. At that time, Yang Chen was just an ordinary disciple, and Gong Sunling was a pro-disciple. Even when Yang Chen was in danger again, Gong Sunling also saved Yang Chen once. Yang Chen's warm feeling in the sect, in addition to his master, at least half of it was because of Gong Sunling. Although the things of that year had not happened yet, since Yang Chen had seen Gong Sunling, he naturally could not let the tragedy of that year repeat itself. Gong Sunling had a good spirit root of the earth attribute. As for how good it was, Yang Chen did not know. But Yang Chen remembered that Gong Sunling became an outer sect disciple in a year, reached the foundation stage within 10 years, and then stepped into the ranks of the Zhedan stage in less than 80 years. After that, she entered the Yuanying stage in more than 100 years, and entered the Deshang stage in only 500 years. Until the time of the Ascension Tribulation, Gong Sunling only spent less than 1,000 years. At that time, Yang Chen had just entered the middle Zhedan stage. Even Yang Lan's framing of him had not happened yet. Now that he thought about it, Gong Sunling's aptitude was not inferior to Shi Shanshan and Sun Qingshu. Even Yang Chen had begun to doubt whether Gong Sunling had a full spirit root of the earth attribute. Junior brother Yang. Junior brother Yang. Gong Sunling saw that Yang Chen just stared at her and didn't speak, and couldn't help but be a little angry. Many people were obsessed with her beauty. Gong Sunling was very clear, but she kindly reminded Yang Chen, but it attracted such a rude gaze, and she was really unhappy in her heart. But he always felt that since they were from the same sect, it was better to remind him, so he resisted his unhappiness and called Yang Chen twice. Sorry, senior sister Gongsun, I thought of something else and lost my mind. Yang Chen was called by Gong Sunling and woke up. With Yang Chen's temperament, it was not a memory that could make him moved, otherwise he would never fall into such a state of absent-mindedness. Perhaps, in the depths of Yang Chen's heart, there was also a place for Gong Sunling. Yang Chen replied respectfully, and he did not hide his absent-mindedness, which made Gong Sunling feel a little better, and her voice calmed down a lot. She pointed to Yang Chen and said, "Junior brother Yang, you have seen so much, it is not good for your cultivation. Thank you for your concern, senior sister." Yang Chen hurriedly thanked her. Anyone could distinguish between good and bad at this time. Gong Sunling didn't say much. When she saw Yang Chen thank her, she was not polite. She turned around and left, leaving only a sentence, "You are on your own." Looking at Gong Sunling's graceful departing figure, Yang Chen seemed to be infatuated and stayed in place for a long time without moving. In the following days, Yang Chen didn't restrain himself because of Gong Sunling's reminder. He still read all the jade slips one by one as he pleased. After spending another 2 months, he finally finished reading all the jade slips in the scripture pavilion. In his previous life, Yang Chen cultivated hard every day just to reach foundation establishment as soon as possible. When he entered the scripture pavilion, it was to find a fire attribute cultivation method. How could he be as leisurely as this life, reading all the jade slips in the scripture pavilion? 100,000 jade slips, reading an average of 500 per day, also took Yang Chen more than 200 days. During these days, Yang Chen also unknowingly gained the nickname of a bookworm. Almost all the people in the Nine Earth Mountain Villa also knew that there was a number one character like Yang Chen. In addition to the third fire and fourth fire cultivation methods, the other first wood, second wood, fifth earth, sixth earth, seventh metal, eighth metal, ninth water, and 10th water cultivation methods, Yang Chen had already changed all of them. They were replaced with 8 more effective cultivation methods. Previously, in order to collect the yin-yang 5 elements secret art, there was no way to only collect the cultivation methods first. He didn't consider too much about the effect. Now he finally found a more suitable cultivation method. The effect was immediate. The yin-yang 5 elements secret art was now running, and it felt a lot smoother than the previous cultivation method. Of course, there was the reason for the cultivation method. Yang Chen's understanding of the other attribute cultivation methods had improved a lot. After reading so many jade slips, even if it was only the qi refining stage's perception of the 5 elements, it also benefited Yang Chen a lot. Combined with Yang Chen's understanding of the fire attribute, Yang Chen now had a lot more understanding of the 5 elements secret art. The rest was no longer something that could be obtained by reading books. He could only rely on his own perception. After all, what was recorded in the books was only the things of others. What Yang Chen had to do was to make others' things his own. The bookworm Yang Chen actually came out of the scripture pavilion and didn't go back in again. It immediately became big news and spread throughout the entire Nine Earth Mountain Villa. Chapter 66. Every day, those who looked at Yang Chen were a group of people who were watching a show, looking at a clown's performance with ridiculing gazes. Everywhere Yang Chen went, there were these kinds of gazes. Even if there were a few that didn't have this kind of ridiculing intent, they all carried some regret or confusion. In the entire Nine Earth Mountain Villa, no one knew what he was doing. Yang Chen didn't pay any attention to this. He only followed his usual habit. Apart from performing one cycle of cultivation each day, he sat in his small courtyard and carefully pondered and digested the things he had obtained from the enormous scripture pavilion's library. Perhaps it was because the knowledge of his previous life was too focused on fire cultivation, but when Yang Chen settled his heart and focused on all aspects, even if it was only the experience and knowledge of the qi condensation stage, it was still an eye-opener for Yang Chen. His understanding of the yin-yang 5-element arts went up another level. After Yang Chen pondered in this half-closed door cultivation for more than a month, he saw Sun Haijing as soon as he came out. Sun Haijing's face clearly had an expression of taking pleasure in Yang Chen's misfortune. He looked at Yang Chen as if he was looking at a dead person. "Junior brother Yang, congratulations!" Sun Haijing looked at Yang Chen with a fake smile. Master said that since junior brother Yang has enjoyed the treatment of the 3rd level of qi condensation, according to the rules, junior brother Yang can go out and gain experience. Senior brother Sun is considerate. Yang Chen didn't pay attention to Sun Haijing's words at all and only retorted, "I can go out and gain experience, it's not necessary." Senior brother Sun is perhaps thinking too much? Sun Haijing sneered, as if he had long known that Yang Chen would say this. After 2 sinister laughs he said, "It seems that not going out is no good. Junior brother Yang, there is an order from above for junior brother Yang to immediately go out and gain experience." He, junior brother Yang, congratulations, a fierce tiger leaving the mountain, a dragon entering the sea, a grand plan. Yang Chen's brows furrowed. The upper echelons of Chunyang Palace wanted him to go out and gain experience? What was going on? Could this have been arranged by Chu Heng? After thinking about it, Yang Chen shook his head. Chu Heng is not bold enough to make such an arrangement. Moreover, it must be arranged by someone at least at the level of hall leader or palace lord in Chunyang Palace. What does it mean? Sun Haijing looked at the expression on Yang Chen's face, and his heart felt as comfortable as if he had eaten an iced watermelon in the hottest days of summer. Yang Chen really had no good way to deal with him in the Nine Earth Mountain Villa. However, as long as Yang Chen left Meiqin Mountain and left the sphere of influence of Chunyang Palace, then Yang Chen would not be able to be arrogant. After carefully appreciating it for a while, Sun Haijing left with a satisfied expression. Before leaving, he did not forget to ridicule Yang Kai, saying in a very regretful tone, "Junior brother Yang, I originally planned to wait until the day of the sex grand competition to issue a life or death challenge to you. Junior brother Yang is so powerful, surely he wouldn't be afraid of me being a few layers higher than him. It's a pity that the talisman weapons and talisman treasures that I've carefully prepared can't be used anymore. What a pity! Talisman weapons and talisman treasures?" Yang Chen laughed coldly. "Senior brother Sun has probably forgotten how many sect contribution points I need to read in the scripture pavilion. If these sect contribution points were converted into Jingshi, how much would it be? Senior brother Sun, if I come back alive, I will definitely challenge Senior brother Sun during the sex grand competition." Sun Haijing's face clearly showed a wave of exasperation. Yang Chen reached out to his neck and lightly released a wave of killing intent. He said with a cold smile, "At that time, Senior brother Sun, wash your neck clean and wait. I will use countless talisman weapons and talisman treasures I've bought to smash you to death." This kind of person was constantly scheming against him in the sect. Yang Chen had already made up his mind to kill Sun Haijing. He definitely would not let Sun Haijing live. Stimulated by Yang Chen's killing intent, Sun Haijing shivered. His face instantly became pale and his body involuntarily retreated a few steps. He almost tripped over the doorsill of the courtyard behind him. His body staggered a few times before he managed to steady himself. At that moment, his ears were filled with the echoes of Yang Chen's voice filled with killing intent. It was as if his soul was trembling. Perhaps he felt that his performance just now was too embarrassing. After Sun Haijing steadied himself, he took a few deep breaths. His face finally regained some color, but he was still extremely afraid. He forcefully tried to put on a calm expression, but the muscles on his face involuntarily trembled, unable to be stabilized. In the end, he forcefully suppressed his fear. However, it had already been a long while. Yang Chen even no longer paid attention to him, and had already stepped into his room. In the end, Sun Haijing seemed to want to redeem his face and shouted guiltily at Yang Chen, "Wait until you come back alive before we talk." After hastily escaping from Yang Chen's small courtyard and returning to his own room, Sun Haijing was still covered in cold sweat. His panicked mind was unable to calm down for a long time. His hands involuntarily trembled as he muttered, "Don't come back, don't come back." He was already terrified. Sun Haijing could get the news. Yang Chen could be sure that it must have been from Chu Heng. However, he didn't know what the sect meant by sending a disciple of the first level of qi condensation out to gain experience. However, Yang Chen wasn't in a hurry. He believed that someone would come to notify him very quickly. As expected, after half an hour, someone came to notify Yang Chen and brought him to the main hall of the Nine Earth Mountain Villa. Here, Yang Chen unexpectedly saw Du Qian, who hadn't appeared for a long time. In addition, Chu Heng was also present. What was even more surprising was that Gong Sunling was also present. "Yang Chen, if you want to succeed in your cultivation, you can't just shut yourself in." The one who spoke was Chu Heng. He had the appearance of a teacher who guided him patiently and patiently. "It just so happens that the new period of experience has already begun. This time, you will also be included. This is something the sect has specially arranged for you, so you can't refuse." Yang Chen looked suspiciously at Du Qian. Du Qian naturally knew of Yang Chen's suspicions, but he smiled and nodded without saying anything. Du Qian presumably wouldn't harm him. Yang Chen believed that this definitely wasn't something Chu Heng could arrange. "Yes." Yang Chen agreed and didn't say anything else. On the other hand, Gong Sunling looked curiously at Yang Chen the entire time. She seemed to be wondering why Yang Chen, a disciple of the first level of qi condensation, was being sent out to gain experience. However, even if she didn't understand, Yang Chen was even more confused. This arrangement was truly a bit unexpected. He really didn't know what the higher-ups were thinking. Go back and pack up. We'll leave right away. Chu Hing spoke again and reminded, Yang Chen, you're the disciple I think highly of. Don't make any mistakes on the road. His words were righteous, but Yang Chen clearly understood the meaning within. After you leave, be careful. Du Qian warned amiably from the side, then waved his hand. Go prepare, we'll leave after noon. You have to reach the floating mountain before the 20th of the 7th month. As he spoke, he handed over a talisman. If there's any danger on the road, activate this talisman. Your senior sister Gongsun will arrive in time to save you. Chapter 67. Originally, Yang Chen had some doubts about the higher-ups wanting him to go out and gain experience, but after hearing about floating in the sky, he immediately dispelled those doubts. So they wanted him to participate in the Floating Mountain Heavenly Stairway Assembly for new disciples. No wonder they wanted him to go out. After thinking about it carefully, Yang Chen immediately thought of the reason. Maybe it was because he accidentally said that he wasn't afraid of illusions when he killed that assassin last time. This made the higher-ups want to gain back some face for Chunyang Palace. This wasn't a big deal, but it gave Yang Chen a great opportunity. He originally thought he would have to stay in 9 Earth Mountain Villa for at least 3 years before leaving. He didn't think it would be so easy. After casually tidying up his luggage, Yang Chen went to the main hall of the mountain villa and said goodbye to Chu Heng and Du Qian. He directly set foot on his first trip out to gain experience after joining Chunyang Palace's outer sect disciples. Gong Sunling was no longer there. She had probably left a long time ago. Yang Chen was a bit glad that Du Qian and the others didn't want him and Gong Sunling to go together. Otherwise, there would be a lot of trouble. Shunda, Helian, Yuan Ting, and Gu Kun, the 4 servants, weren't allowed to leave. They had the status of servant. Before reaching the 6th level of qi refining, they couldn't have the opportunity to go out and gain experience. Being alone and free, the moment Yang Chen stepped out of 9 Earth Mountain Villa, he suddenly felt like a fish in the sea and a bird in the sky. Because of the importance of the higher-ups, Yang Chen would always refine a cauldron of qi-seeking pills and give them to the medicinal hall every 5 or 6 days. Previously, he used to exchange them for sect contribution points. Later on, he changed them all into low-grade crystal stones. Now, Yang Chen had at least 200 to 300 kilograms of low-grade crystal stones. Yang Chen's first stop after leaving 9 Earth Mountain Villa was the market square at the foot of Meiqing Mountain. Since he was going out, Yang Chen naturally had to prepare a few things to use on the road. Moreover, a vile person like Sun Haijing definitely wouldn't give up this opportunity to kill him for no reason. He would definitely set up a killing trap outside. Yang Chen also needed to buy enough things in the market square to defend himself. Although Yang Chen wouldn't be afraid no matter how many people of Sun Haijing's level came, Yang Chen was still only at the first layer of qi refining. If a few more high-level enemies came, Yang Chen would still have to suffer a grievance. Yang Chen now had plenty of spar in his hands. As long as he took a fancy to something in the market square, he would haggle a little and then buy it. He was very generous. He stayed in the market for 3 consecutive days, until Yang Chen could no longer feel the spiritual awareness that was secretly peeping at him. Then he left the market and flew in the other direction of Meiqing Mountain. Under Yang Chen's body was a paper crane. This was a talisman weapon. Jihe's entire body was made up of talismans and had been strengthened by a foundation establishment expert. As long as the user continued to inject spiritual energy into the paper crane, they would be able to make it fly. Although the speed was not very fast, it was much faster than walking. This paper crane was very valuable. It was worth at least more than 200 low-grade spar in the market square. Yang Chen bought it with a pile of talismans and talisman treasures. The seller gave him a 20% discount, which was very cost-effective. Yang Chen's flight route had been along the foot of Meiqing Mountain, which was also in the direction of human habitation. There was no place that would arouse the slightest suspicion. After flying like this for 2 days, he was about to get out of the sphere of influence of Meiqing Mountain. Yang Chen then put away the paper crane, went into the forest, and disappeared without a trace. Shortly after Yang Chen's figure disappeared, 4 or 5 sneaky guys emerged from the place where he put away the paper crane. After looking around, they had to admit that they had lost Yang Chen. What a cunning boy! We carefully planned to take action after getting out of the sphere of influence of Chunyang Palace. I didn't expect this guy to be so careful and put away the paper crane. A middle-aged, long-bearded scholar looked around, turned his head and said, "Didn't you say that you could find the whereabouts of the paper crane? Where is he?" I specially put a tracking formation on the paper crane. Even if he put it in the Qiankuan bag, I can find it. A black-clothed and vulture-like guy behind him said in a cold voice, "I lost more than 50 spar, so he bought it cheaply. Don't worry, he can't run away." With that, the black-clothed man reached out and took out a formation plate and began to launch the formation on it. On that compass-like formation plate, the needle in the center spun wildly, but it didn't stop. "What's the matter?" The long-bearded scholar also saw the abnormality of the formation plate and asked hurriedly, "How is it possible?" The black-clothed man was also shocked. There could only be 2 situations in this situation. One was that Yang Chen was there, and the other was that he had completely lost track of his whereabouts. But obviously, no matter which situation it was impossible. It was impossible for Yang Chen to hide in front of 5 casual cultivators at the 7th level of Lianqi realm without being detected by them. Several people had already scanned this place with their divine sense several times, and it was impossible for there to be a shadow. Unless Yang Chen had made a prompt decision to completely crush the paper crane, even if it was broken, the black-clothed man's tracking formation could still find him. But the situation at present made several people begin to be suspicious. The long-bearded scholar, who was the leader, looked around and decisively ordered, "Everyone disperse. He is just a disciple at the 1st level of Lianqi realm, and he has no ability to fly. Everyone disperse for 100 miles, and then slowly search and meet up. I don't believe that he can escape 100 miles in a short time." The other 4 people agreed and quickly dispersed. This time, several people took over this business. If it was successful, at least each of them could get a low-grade magic weapon. This was a good opportunity that could only be encountered by chance. No one wanted to let it go, so everyone worked hard. If it weren't for the fact that they didn't dare to act rashly within the sphere of influence of Chunyang Palace, they would have already made Yang Chen suffer. The long-bearded scholar's cultivation was the highest, and he was also the leader of several people. He opened his divine sense and scanned around crazily. After finding nothing, he began to search around carefully in doubt. Yang Chen didn't go far, but he was now in a formation. The paper crane had already been sent into the merit ring by him. It was simply impossible for the other party to find the whereabouts of the paper crane through the merit ring. Seeing those people disperse, Yang Chen sneered and ignored them. He turned around directly. After calculating with his fingers, he chose a direction and began to walk in a strange pace. After a while, he completely disappeared in the formation. Yang Chen, who was in the middle of the formation, almost took a few steps and calculated a few times. After spending almost an hour, Yang Chen stood on a huge open space. On one side of the open space was a high cliff. Under the cliff there was a conspicuous hole. It was dark and no one knew what was inside. Chapter 68. Fortunately, it's still here. Yang Chen looked at the dark entrance of the cave, and his face finally showed a smile. This cave, or to be exact, this Immortal's cave was left by an ancestor of Chunyang Palace. In theory, this Immortal's cave should be discovered after 60 years, including the huge illusion outside. This was the outermost foot of Meiqing Mountain. Everyone thought that this was a place with a lack of spiritual power, but they did not know how the predecessor found an underground spiritual vein here. He built such a simple Immortal's cave to break through the Jedon stage and condense the Yuanying stage, but he failed miserably. The Immortal's cave had been blocked by a large formation, and there was no leakage of spiritual power, and no one found it in this remote place. In later generations, it should be a disciple of Chunyang Palace who fell into the illusion after being seriously injured. He happened to be proficient in formations. Relying on the experience of his master, he walked into the center of the illusion and found this Immortal's cave. However, in this life, Yang Chun was lucky. The spiritual power was blocked by the large formation and could not be leaked. Yang Chun felt the majestic spiritual power as soon as he came in. This huge spiritual power also provided endless spiritual power to the illusion, causing the illusion to become stronger and stronger without being noticed. From the merit ring, Yang Chun took out the bottle that controlled the medicine garden of Xiangyang Mountain. The blue water stain at the bottom of the bottle was now only a line, and it looked like it would dry up soon. When it came into contact with this rich spiritual power, the bottle shone brightly and produced a suction force out of thin air, gathering the surrounding spiritual power crazily. The blue water stain at the bottom of the bottle, Yang Chun knew that it was the spiritual power absorbed and stored by the bottle, which was used to maintain the spiritual power of the medicine garden. Although it was very important for the growth of medicinal materials to have sufficient spiritual power, it could not be too abundant, or it would be directly drowned by spiritual power. The bottle had such a magical function, absorbing and storing the surrounding spiritual power, and then slowly releasing it to the medicine garden. Originally, the spiritual power at the bottom of the bottle was estimated to be able to support the needs of the medicine garden for a few years. Yang Chun originally planned to add spiritual power to the bottle when he came out to practice a few years later. Now he had this opportunity. He could not only avoid the search of several killers outside, but he could also collect the relics of the predecessor in the cave house, and he could also supplement the spiritual power of the bottle, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Yang Chun didn't need to collect the spiritual power himself. He just needed to put the purified bottle outside. Yang Chun tied the purified bottle to his waist and strode into the hole. The cave was not deep. After the senior found the underground spiritual vein, he did not put in any effort to decorate it. After hastily setting up an illusory formation to deceive people, he directly went into closed-door cultivation. Therefore, when Yang Chun came in, what he saw was a simple cave. At the top of the cave, there was a luminous pearl that flickered with a faint yellow light. With this light, Yang Chun could clearly see everything in the cave. After entering a few feet from the entrance of the cave, there was an enlarged cave, about a few feet in radius. On the ground in the center there was a black futon. On the futon, a middle-aged man dressed in the costume of Chunyang Palace was sitting. His eyes were closed and he was motionless. There was no trace of vitality around, and he had been dead for many years. Disciple Yang Chun of the younger generation greets the senior. Yang Chun didn't dare to neglect and bowed to the corpse on the futon. This was the predecessor of Chunyang Palace. In any case, Yang Chun was also a junior, so it was necessary to salute. After bowing and getting up, Yang Chun took a few steps forward and used the earth's spiritual power to dig a square pit in the center of the cave. Later, he took out a few giant woods from the Qiankuan bag, which were all things that had been prepared in the marketplace. The wood's spiritual power was condensed like a knife, cutting the giant wood, and soon a solid coffin was made. After doing all this, Yang Chun carefully moved the corpse of the predecessor from the futon and put it into the coffin. After carefully taking the Qiankuan bag from the waist of the predecessor's corpse, he closed the coffin lid. After bowing a few more times, The coffin was sent into the newly dug pit to be buried. In the center of the cave, Yang Chen piled up a grave and took out a piece of top-grade celestial bluestone from the Qiankuan bag. He moved his fingers like a knife and engraved the name of the predecessor according to his memory. The signature was that disciple. Yang Chen bowed and stood in front of the grave. After doing all this, he bowed a few more times and then began to check carefully. In fact, the things in the cave were clear at a glance. The black futon in the center, a sheathed long sword hanging in the deepest part of the cave, and a wooden table on both sides. In addition, there was nothing else. However, Yang Chen knew that what he saw in front of him, except for the two wooden tables, everything else he saw was not simple. The black futon itself was a whole piece of black jade, carved into the shape of a futon. The location where it was placed was just the exit of the underground spiritual vein. The black jade was warm all year round. Not only could it condense spiritual power, but it could also prevent the damage to the meridians caused by the spiritual power being too strong. When meditating, it could also play a role in stabilizing the mind. It was a cultivation treasure that cultivators below the Yuanying stage dreamed of. Now, the black jade praying mat had fulfilled Yang Chen's wish. For the relics of the predecessor, Yang Chen did not feel guilty for taking it. Immortal cultivators pay attention to fate. Since Yang Chen came in, that thing was left for Yang Chen. When the black jade futon was taken away, a spiritual power that was much richer than the spiritual energy in the air surged out. It was originally suppressed by the black jade futon, but now it gushed out directly. However, Yang Chen was not in a hurry. He directly put the bottle at the exit of the spiritual vein, and the spiritual power that gushed out was directly absorbed by the bottle. Then, Yang Chen took a few steps forward and came to the sheathed long sword hanging on the wall. However, Yang Chen just looked at it and did not take it off. In his mind, he recalled the memory of this sword, and he seemed to be a little embarrassed. This sheathed long sword, in fact, was not a sword, but a sword case, a good thing that could be used as a flying sword, and at the same time, it could be used as an artifact to hold a flying sword. However, for Yang Chen, there was no specific method to collect it. If he forcibly collected this sword case by relying on his cultivation base, it would definitely be a situation of 9 deaths and 1 life. In his previous life, the Chunyang Palace even paid the price of a Zhedan stage master for this. After a while, Yang Chen let out a long sigh and had to temporarily give up the plan to collect this sword. Although the thing was good, his own life was more important. He had already obtained the black jade futon, and he should be satisfied. Moreover, even according to the development of his previous life, there were still decades of peace here, and it would not be too late to collect it later. After putting down this greed, Yang Chen simply sat on the black jade futon, opened the Qiankuan bag left by the predecessor, and began to slowly sort out the things inside. Chapter 69. The predecessor in Chunyang Palace was originally a Zhedan stage master. He had reached the peak of Zhedan stage, but he had been unable to break through to the Yuanying stage. In the end, his lifespan was exhausted, and he had to stay in this underground spiritual vein. There was almost no elixir in the Qiankuan bag. This was understandable. Since it was a life-and-death retreat, of course, it was necessary to use all the things that could strengthen the cultivation or help to improve the realm. It was normal to use up all the elixirs. The predecessor was a sword cultivator. All his cultivation was in that sword case, which was the sheathed long sword hanging on the wall outside. In the Qiankuan bag, there were a lot of refining materials such as cold iron and gold. Unfortunately, looking at these good things, Yang Chen could only look at them and sigh. With his current realm, he could not use them at all. What interested Yang Chen were a few pieces of jade slips in the Qiankuan bag. He picked them up and began to check them one by one. Yang Chen did not consider the sword technique for the time being. No matter how powerful the sword technique was, It was estimated that it was unlikely to be as powerful as the ones passed down by those guys in the heavenly court. Yang Chen only scanned this piece with his divine sense once and remembered it in his heart. He let it go for the time being and picked up another piece. Refining, to be exact, refining the sword. Almost all of these in the Qianquan bag were prepared for the next step of refining the sword case. After Yang Chen read it, he did the same thing. The consecutive pieces of jade slips were all related to cultivation. One of them was even the personal experience of the predecessor from the beginning of cultivation to entering the Jedan stage, which was very rare. In this piece, Yang Chen also looked at it the most carefully. He almost used all the experience of the predecessor before letting it go. The last piece of jade slip gave Yang Chen a surprise. That was the most important part of his cultivation method, the method to cultivate and collect the sword case. After reading it carefully word by word, Yang Chen's face finally showed a smile. Before, he was still worried that he could not collect the sword case for the time being, but now there was no such problem at all. The spiritual energy in the underground spiritual vein was sufficient. The purified bottle had now absorbed a lot, and the trace of aqua blue color had become a lot stronger, but it was still far from absorbing all the underground spiritual veins. He could use this time to practice the method of collecting the sword case. Collecting the scabbard required a huge amount of spiritual energy. If it was Yang Chen's Qi training layer 1, it would be impossible. However, now that he had this collection method, it wouldn't be much of a problem. Just in case, Yang Chen still took out the profound spirit furnace and began to refine a simple Qi replenishing pill. This kind of pill was very easy to make. As long as one had the strength of a second-layer Qi practitioner, they could make it. Yang Chen now has the profound spirit furnace, plus his superb fire control ability. It is not a problem at all. Previously, Yang Chen would eat 1,000-year-old mysterious yang fruit every day, and the remaining peel would be stored in his merit ring. This could be used to refine the Qi nourishing pill. The medicinal power of the mysterious yang fruit was too strong. Although the effect of supplementing spiritual energy was excellent, Yang Chen needed to use the positive and negative yin-yang 5 elements secret art to adjust and suppress it. It was not as smooth and direct as the Qi nourishing pill. Yang Chen was slowly preparing for the alchemy here, and the 5 guys who were searching for Yang Chen outside were anxious like ants on a hot pot. The long-bearded scholar could conclude that Yang Chen did not leave this area. He had arranged companions to monitor the road ahead, and he did not find Yang Chen's figure at all. That Yang Chen could only hide in this area. If we let Chunyang Palace find out that we are chasing their palace disciples on the edge of Meiqing Mountain, none of us can escape. The long-bearded scholar was anxious, but there was no tension on his face. He just communicated with a few people with his spiritual awareness and passed these words out. In fact, there was no need for him to specifically emphasize it. Several people also knew the seriousness of the matter. Everyone was looking in all directions and listening in all directions, for fear of missing any place. But Yang Chen was like a clay ox entering the sea, disappearing without a trace under everyone's eyes. The guy who claimed to be able to track Shiho was even complained a lot about this. During the alchemy, Yang Chen sat directly on the black jade futon, and the jade futon was placed on the exit of the spiritual vein, just pressing the pure bottle. Although a part of the spiritual power had been extracted by the pure bottle first, the rest for Yang Chen was just enough for him to replenish. This underground spiritual vein could support a Jedan stage master to die, and naturally, it could provide all the spiritual power that Yang Chen needed to collect the sword case. Alchemy was just in case. After all, Yang Chen's current realm was very low. Even if he could improve his spiritual power level through the mutual generation of the 5 elements, compared with a Jedan stage master, it was simply the difference between a drop of water and the sea. Under the flame of Yang Chen, the skin of the 1,000-year-old profound yang fruit slowly melted and turned into a medicinal liquid. Qi-nourishing pill was different from qi-seeking pill. Qi-seeking pill relied on Yang Chen to simulate the sense of qi with his own flame. Qi-nourishing pill only needed to purify the spiritual power in the medicinal materials into pills, and it could be done with one hand. With a profound yang fruit every day, Yang Chen saved a lot of profound yang fruit skin. A piece of skin could refine at least 10 qi-nourishing pills. Even if Yang Chen could refine 200 qi-nourishing pills in one furnace, it still took Yang Chen 2 days and 2 nights to turn all these skins into qi-nourishing pills. When all the profound yang fruit skin was used up, Yang Chen had more than 2,000 qi-nourishing pills in his hands. This number, coupled with the support of the underground spiritual vein, could definitely allow Yang Chen to collect the sword sheath. However, when Yang Chen put away the profound spirit furnace, he was still surprised to find that it seemed that the profound spirit furnace seemed to have a little change, and it became more full of medicinal qi. It seemed that often refining some medicinal pills with a lot of spiritual energy was also a small tempering for the profound spirit furnace. The more medicinal pills refined by the alchemy furnace, the better the effect. In his previous life, this sword sheath belonged to the Bright Moon Palace master of Chunyang Palace. After the sword sheath was refined by several Yuanying stage masters of Chunyang Palace, he made a big name for himself. Unfortunately, he finally betrayed Yang Chen's master. In this life, it was impossible for Yang Chen to leave the sword sheath to him and help the tyrant. After practicing the technique hundreds of times to ensure that he would not make mistakes when collecting it, Yang Chen began to make the final preparations. The speed of collecting spiritual power in the bottle could be controlled by Yang Chen and slowed down a little, so that Yang Chen's spiritual power replenishment through the black jade futon was twice as fast. All the qi-nourishing pills were placed in a qiankuan bag on his hand. There was nothing else in this qiankuan bag except for the qi-nourishing pills. After making all the preparations and adjusting his state to the best, Yang Chen finally sat on the black jade futon and began to practice. Chapter 70. The first thing that Yang Chen did was to launch the Yin and Yang 5 elements secret art and put his own spirit power to the maximum. The spirit power of the underground spiritual vein was constantly replenishing Yang Chen's meridians. The gentle spirit power made Yang Chen not worry about having too much spirit power and having the idea of suppression. When the spirit power was mobilized to the maximum, Yang Chen launched the secret art to the sword case a few steps away from him. The sheathed sword hanging on the wall seemed to be attracted by Yang Chen and slowly flew away from the wall and floated to a place more than 10 feet away from Yang Chen, suspended in the air, and began to rotate slowly. All of this seemed easy, but Yang Chen did not dare to relax. The correct secret art was the only hope that Yang Chen could successfully collect it. Yang Chen even suspected that since he could find the jade slip that recorded the secret art in the qiankuan bag of this predecessor, how could the first Jedan stage master in his previous life not find it? Perhaps when he saw the sword case, he subconsciously started to collect it and was killed by the backlash. However, Yang Chen would never make that mistake in this life. The secret art was very complicated, there were at least 200 continuous movements, and he could not make a mistake. With every movement there would be a spirit power injected into the sword case, and at the same time, Yang Chen's spiritual awareness would also be injected into it, slowly replacing the original spiritual awareness. Yang Chen's current realm was low, so he could only use this kind of slow work like boiling a frog in warm water to slowly wear down the spiritual awareness of the predecessor on the original sword case, and then put his own spiritual awareness imprint on it, making this magic weapon his own. Every time he injected the spirit power into the sword case, it almost consumed all of Yang Chen's energy. If it weren't for the continuous replenishment of the underground spiritual vein, and Yang Chen swallowed a qi replenishing pill almost every time he shot out a spirit power, maybe Yang Chen could only hold on for a dozen times and would be consumed by the sword case due to the lack of spirit power. Every time spiritual energy entered the scabbard, it would flash once. Every time, Yang Chen would contain all 10 kinds of spiritual power, and every time, the sword sheath would flash a 5-colored light. In the small cave, a colorless light began to flicker incessantly, as if the sword box had become a glowing object. Yang Chen's movements were neither too fast nor too slow, maintaining a fixed speed. The interval in between was just enough for him to recover all his spiritual power, and then he could use it again. Under Yang Chen's precise control, this had become a constant cycle. The Yin-Yang 5 elemental art was unprecedentedly efficient. It was as if the spiritual power would be completely replenished in every breath, and then in the next breath, all the spiritual power would pour out again. The meridians of the whole body, under such circumstances, completed the changes of waxing and waning, and at the same time, slowly tempered the meridians themselves. Blessed by the heavens, there were not only sufficient spiritual veins, but also enough qi replenishing pills, and at the same time, there was also the crazy Yin-Yang 5 elemental art. When Yang Chen finally consumed close to 1,000 qi replenishing pills, the spiritual power in his body was fully replenished and exhausted 1,000 times. The meridians of the whole body shook and suddenly expanded. His body seemed to have opened a lock, and the original spiritual power restriction disappeared in an instant. Yang Chen's heart moved, and he directly controlled the purified bottle underground, slightly slowing down the absorption speed, so that the black jade futon could get more spiritual power to replenish. The experience of his previous life told Yang Chen that this was a sign of entering the second level of qi training. The advancement of the realm was not simply the improvement of spiritual power, but also the upper limit of the spiritual power that the meridians of the body could hold, as well as their own understanding of the various laws. Yang Chen had no problem with the latter, but the limit of the body, even if Yang Chen's body had been tempered by the flesh and blood of countless immortals, he could only break through step by step. After entering the realm of the second level of qi training, not only did the Yin-Yang 5 elemental art circulate faster, but the speed of replenishing spiritual power, and the upper limit of the spiritual power of the whole body, also increased crazily. In addition to timely adjusting the spiritual power provided by the underground spiritual veins, Yang Chen also added more spiritual power to the collection method. The effect seemed to be very obvious. The light emitted by the sword sheath became brighter and brighter, and the speed of the rotation began to slowly slow down. At the same time, the distance between it and Yang Chen was slowly shrinking. Finally, after consuming more than 1,000 qi replenishing pills, the sheathed long sword quietly stopped in Yang Chen's hand. All the light, after a violent flash, completely disappeared. And in Yang Chen's spiritual sense, there was also a feeling of flesh and blood, as if he could completely control the sheathed long sword in front of him. After stopping all the movements, he replenished his spiritual power, stood up with a happy face, and slowly stroked the scabbard with his hands as if he was touching his lover. With the sword sheath in hand, Yang Chen found that this sword sheath had many magical uses. This sword sheath itself was not only a flying sword, but also a container, which could hold thousands of flying swords. The shape of the sword sheath could also change, according to the owner's mind. The original owner liked the appearance of the sheathed long sword, so now it was the appearance of the sheathed long sword. But what Yang Chen liked now was obviously not like this. Under Yang Chen's gentle touch, the appearance of the sheathed long sword began to slowly change. Soon, it became the appearance of the peerless fierce blade that Yang Chen used on the beheading Immortal platform. Very skillfully waving the beheading Immortal blade, Yang Chen showed a happy smile on his face. This sword sheath was not just a simple flying sword and sword sheath. The most important thing was that it could integrate the power of the flying sword in the sword sheath as the sword soul and turn it into its own attack power. The sword soul could be one or more, but it must be fully controlled by Yang Chen. Even the sword sheath itself could refine several sword formations when it was refining. When it launched an attack, it was directly the power of the sword formation composed of the sword soul. Now in the sword sheath, there were at least a dozen flying swords, with various attributes, but the quality was very general. Refining the flying sword magic weapon was not so easy. Even the previous Jedon stage master could not have such a big deal and put hundreds of flying swords in it. But for Yang Chen, it was not a problem at all. When he killed the Immortals, many people said that they left flying sword magic weapons in the mortal world. As long as he found them one by one, he could fill them all into the sword sheath. However, the sword soul was not easy to find. With Yang Chen's current knowledge, since he had obtained this unique sword sheath, of course, it was impossible to find a few flying swords casually. At least, Yang Chen's sword soul must be the best of the best. Of course, it was too early to consider this. Yang Chen stroked the sword sheath in the shape of a ghost head blade, but in his heart, he wanted to sharpen the edge of this beheading immortal blade first. The best way to sharpen the immortal beheading blade of the Heavenly Court's executioner was to cut off people's heads. Chapter 71. The 5 killers outside were still searching anxiously. It was impossible for a junior at the first level of Qi refining to disappear without a trace all of a sudden. It was not that there was no good thing in this world that could cover up the breath of the whole body, but it was by no means something that a little guy at the first level of Qi refining could use. Yang Chen was still waiting for a suitable opportunity. At least, he had to wait until these people couldn't find him and were impatient. The gap between the two sides was too big, whether it was the number of people or the realm. If it was a head-on confrontation, Yang Chen was definitely not their opponent. He had just entered the second level of Qi refining, and he also got such a good sword case. Yang Chen was really happy in his heart. What made him most happy was that he intercepted a powerful magic weapon from the master of Bright Moon Palace who betrayed his master in advance, so that he would not have the capital to be so arrogant in the future. In addition, Yang Chen did not intend to leave this underground spiritual vein. He needed to wait for the purified bottle to completely absorb the spiritual power. First, the growth of medicinal materials in the purified bottle medicine garden required a lot of spiritual power. Second, it was because of the factional dispute. This place was located at the edge of Meiqing Mountain, and it was also the place where Chunyang Palace's control was the weakest. Not far ahead was the sphere of influence of another sect. There was no lack of disputes caused by robbing resources in the cultivation world. Even in Yang Chen's previous life, after Chunyang Palace collected the magic weapon, they still had to negotiate with the neighboring sect and left the underground spiritual vein to the other party. Since this cave was now temporarily owned by Yang Chen planned to take all the things inside, including this underground spiritual vein. It was better to keep it for himself than to give it to other sections. The purified bottle opened and absorbed the spiritual power crazily. Usually, the purified bottle could suck up the spiritual power within 100 miles. It was absolutely no problem to concentrate it at the exit of the underground spiritual vein. Although Yang Chen was still unable to refine the magic weapon, the universe treasure-raising secret art could be used anytime and anywhere. Moreover, the old lord also said that this universe treasure-raising secret art had no limit on the number of times. In short, the higher the cultivation, the more times it was used, the better the grade of the magic weapon. There was nothing else to do now, so it was just right to use it to raise the treasure. There was still half a year to go before the 20th of July. Yang Chen did not have to rush, so he had plenty of time to waste. Anyway, the Yin and Yang 5 elements secret art only needed to be practiced once a day. The rest of the time, in addition to the 3 purities secret art, it was the universe treasure-raising secret art. For a whole month, Yang Chen hid safely in the illusion array of the senior, recuperating and building up his strength. As for the 5 killers outside, they were almost going crazy. There's no trace of this junior anywhere else. He must still be here. The long-bearded scholar had already contacted his distant friends through paper cranes, confirming that Yang Chen had not appeared elsewhere. We can't wait like this any longer. But we can't find him. What should we do? Because the black-clothed man had failed to track down Ji-hee, he had been thoroughly blamed. Even he didn't know what the problem was, so he could only obediently listen to the long-bearded scholar's instructions. Now that the scholar had said so, he immediately said what he wanted. Find the person in Chunyang Palace, and ask him to find a way for us. The long-bearded scholar snorted coldly and finally couldn't bear it anymore. We can't find him, but can they in Chunyang Palace not find him themselves? Which sect doesn't have a tracking array on their Qiankuan bag? Ask him to find the person and tell us. What if he goes back on his word about the price? The black-clothed man asked immediately. He still has the nerve to raise the price. He's just a junior at the first level of qi refining. Unless someone gives him something good to protect him, how can he get rid of our tracking? His own information is wrong, and he still dares to argue with us on the price? The long-bearded scholar's face became ferocious. If he dares to say anything more, it's not a big deal for us to break up. We'll expose the fact that he killed his fellow disciples. Let's see who is afraid, us or him. At this time, no one said anything. The person who was responsible for negotiating this deal left quickly and went to find the client in Chunyang Palace. The rest were still carefully searching around. Even if they couldn't find him, they couldn't let Yang Chen escape. The spiritual power of the underground spiritual vein was unscrupulously extracted by the purified bottle, and it was finally exhausted. In the purified bottle, there was no longer a trace of blue water stain at the beginning. It had become a section of almost 4 or 5 centimeters high. This spiritual power was enough for the medicinal materials in the medicine garden to be used for hundreds of years or even longer. Satisfied with the purified bottle, Yang Chen walked out of the cave with a satisfied expression. After thinking about it carefully, he jumped up and directly collapsed the mountain wall above the cave entrance. In a short while, the falling soil and stones sealed the cave entrance tightly, and no shadow of the cave entrance could be seen anymore. He believed that after a few decades, when someone broke into this illusion array, they would only find an empty flat ground. They would never find the tomb of the predecessor in the cave. He believed that the predecessor would never want future generations to constantly disturb his long sleep. Of course, Yang Chen did not have to be afraid that someone would know that he had obtained the legacy of the predecessor. Finally, after taking a look here and seeing that there were no flaws, Yang Chen held the murderous blade in his hand and began to slowly walk out of the illusion array. His luck was really good. When Yang Chen just walked out of the illusion array, he found that there was a guy not far away who was releasing his spiritual awareness to search for himself. Looking at Yang Chen, who suddenly appeared on the spot, the other party seemed to be unable to believe it. He was stunned, and unable to make any movement. This was a great opportunity. Yang Chen's killing intent penetrated his body and went straight to the other party. At the same time, his body rushed over like an arrow. The murderous blade in his hand was waved high and slashed at the other party. Although the murderous blade was Yang Chen's own magic weapon, Yang Chen currently did not have the strength to use the murderous blade flying sword to kill people. Magic weapons could only be used as weapons. Even so, a magic weapon was still a magic weapon. In terms of pure sharpness, it was enough to cut off the head of anyone below the foundation establishment stage. After being stabbed by Yang Chen's killing intent, the originally very surprised enemy fell into a momentary daze. Although it was only for a moment, it was enough for Yang Chen to rush over and swing his blade. With a cracking sound, the other party's 6 Yang chiefs' head flew up high. Blood fiercely rushed out from the neck. The headless corpse even made a few movements, and then, accompanied by the sound of blood spurting out from the neck, it fell to the ground. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. You and I have no grievances in the past, and there are no grudges between us. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for accepting the mission to kill me. Yang Chen put the murderous blade behind him and said to the corpse that had fallen to the ground. Then, he raised his head and looked in one direction, then turned around and rushed in the direction of the illusion array. Chapter 72. As soon as something happened to the person on this side, the long-bearded scholar, who was searching within 10 miles, immediately noticed the movement here. His figure flashed and immediately disappeared. In the blink of an eye, his figure appeared hundreds of feet away. In just a few flashes, he appeared next to the corpse of his companion. The scholar came over very quickly, but the other companion was faster than him. After Yang Chen killed the person and said those words, he directly turned his head and flew towards the location of the illusion formation without looking back. His figure disappeared in the blink of an eye. The guy who followed him only saw the disappearing figure of Yang Chen. However, this glance also confirmed the location of Yang Chen's hiding place. The entrance of the illusion formation was originally only less than a foot in radius. The 5 people searched this place and just scanned it with their divine sense. It was impossible to find it. Yang Chen's figure flashed and disappeared. When he saw the assassin's figure, he immediately appeared in that position. When the middle-aged scholar rushed over, he also only saw his companion make a gesture to him and immediately disappear from that place. The long-bearded scholar's cultivation was the highest, and his mind was also the most meticulous. He clearly saw his companion's gesture and knew that he found Yang Chen's figure and went in to kill him. Now the most afraid thing was that he couldn't find Yang Chen's trace. As long as he could find him, he didn't have to worry about killing him. Thinking about it, an experienced 7th-layer Qi refining killer should be able to kill a 1st-layer Qi refining junior, right? Seeing that his companion had already chased in, the long-bearded scholar's face suddenly changed. There was still a companion's corpse lying under his feet. How could he be so careless? Since people disappeared as soon as they went there, it must be an illusion formation. Yang Chen could come and go freely in the illusion formation, and he also escaped the intensive search of the 5 people and killed a companion. Then wouldn't the companion who rashly entered the illusion formation be in danger? As if to confirm the scholar's thoughts, he saw a bloody head appear out of thin air as soon as he had this thought. It seemed to have been thrown high up and flew several feet in his direction. With a thud, it landed on the ground and rolled a few times. Its eyes were wide open, and its face was full of shock. This scene sent chills down the long-bearded scholar's spine. Who would have thought that 2 of the assassins, 4 of whom were in the 7th layer and 1 of whom was in the 8th layer, would be killed in the span of a few breaths, when they were chasing a 1st-layer Qi refining outer sect disciple? Although the other party was using the illusion array as a cover, it was still too shocking. The second comrade who was killed still had a 3-yang magic robe on him. It was a practitioner weapon that had been refined by a Foundation establishment expert. Although it was not at the level of a magic treasure, it was already an extremely strong defensive magic robe for those below the Foundation establishment realm. Yet, it could not withstand the opponent's attack in such a short period of time. What kind of weapon did Yang Chen use? Flying sword? Impossible. If a person in the 1st layer of Qi training could use a flying sword, then all the Qi training cultivators in the world should just bang their heads against the wall and die. Even among the experts of the Foundation establishment stage, how many of them could guarantee that they would definitely have a flying sword? It was a flying sword, not a talisman sword. Aside from the outstanding disciples of the big sects, who would be rewarded with a flying sword by their masters, how heaven-defying would a normal disciple have to be able to obtain a flying sword? Yang Chen must have an extremely powerful weapon in his hands. It could very well be a top-grade practitioner weapon or even a talisman treasure. After a short period of shock, this was the first thought that came to the long-bearded scholar's mind. If he killed Yang Chen, he would be able to get his talisman treasure. When he thought of this, the long-bearded scholar suddenly had a kind of expectation. He even eagerly hoped that Yang Chen would recklessly rush out and rush in front of him. The black-clothed man also appeared here in time, but he was far away and came even later. When he rushed over, he only saw the headless corpse of his companion and the two heads on the ground, as well as the long-bearded scholar standing not far from the corpse. Seeing this, the black-clothed man wanted to say something, but in the end, he only opened his mouth, and no words came out. "Junior, come out, I want to dismember your body into 10,000 pieces." The long-bearded scholar quietly waited for a moment, and after there was no movement, he finally broke out. At the same time, both of his hands flicked, a series of golden lights flashed, and attacked the place where Yang Chen disappeared. There was an illusory array, but it was an illusory array set up by a Jedon master. How could it be shaken by the attack of a trivial Qi training disciple? The golden lights shone very brightly, but all the attacks were like clay oxen entering the sea. There was no ripple. The black-clothed man vigilantly rose into the air, slowly approached the top of the illusory array, and looked down from above. He was a smart person, the opponent's strength was low, a disciple of the first layer of Qi training definitely did not have the ability to fly. And looking at the situation of the two heads on the ground, it was obvious that they were killed after someone got close to them. In other words, as long as he was in the air, he was already in an invincible position. When the long-bearded scholar saw the black-clothed man's action, he also understood the key point, and his body also flew up, but he still stayed in the same place, not too close. There was no movement at the illusory array, but neither of them dared to relax their vigilance, both staring at the area, as if they were facing a great enemy. In their hands, they had already prepared the strongest attack power of the talisman weapon, waiting for Yang Chen to appear, and immediately strike like thunder. Suddenly, the edge of the illusory array flashed, and a figure suddenly appeared. It was Yang Chen. The black-clothed man was overjoyed, and just as he was about to launch an attack, the scene in front of him suddenly changed, and he was in the middle of a round domed hall. The black-clothed man was stunned, and immediately realized that he had fallen into a formation. He didn't expect that this Yang Chen actually had a good cultivation in formations, but he didn't think that Yang Chen would have any powerful killing formations other than the illusory array. He took 2 steps forward, and only heard a series of whooshing sounds above his head. Before he could react, the 49 flying swords had already dismembered his body. Looking at the protective formation of the Xiangyang Mountain herb garden enveloping the black-clothed man, Yang Chen felt it was a pity. The long-bearded scholar was too far away, and there was no way to get him in. When the long-bearded scholar saw Yang Chen's figure appear, he was about to say something, but then he heard a series of crashing sounds, and pieces of flesh and blood fell from the sky. Pale with fright, the long-bearded scholar was about to escape, but he found that Yang Chen was just standing in the same place, motionless. The scholar instantly understood the key point. Yang Chen must have used some kind of secret technique to kill a 7th-layer Qi training stage cultivator, and he must have paid a price. While he was thinking, Yang Chen spat out a mouthful of blood, and now was the best time to kill Yang Chen. "What else do you have to say now?" The long-bearded scholar almost grinned. "I will give you a chance to speak." "Really?" Yang Chen suddenly grinned, and he didn't even bother to wipe the blood on his lips. "Then I will speak." "Speak, I am all ears." The long-bearded scholar slowly approached, and sneered again and again. "Every injustice has its perpetrator, every debt has its debtor." Chapter 73. Just as he said Yang Chen's catchphrase, the long-bearded scholar's side suddenly exploded with at least 100 pyroblast talismans. The explosion caused by a single pyroblast talisman might not be able to injure the scholar, but the sudden explosion of hundreds of pyroblast talismans, especially those that had been strengthened by the universe treasure-raising art, was naturally different. When he killed the first guy, Yang Chen knew that these guys would definitely be lingering around the corpse, so he quickly inserted hundreds of talismans into the surrounding ground. Under the influence of his divine sense, they would immediately explode. Just now, he had forcibly used his whole body's spiritual power to barely move out the medicine garden's protective formation. He hadn't even used it yet, but it had already injured Yang Chen. But the other side unexpectedly miscalculated and gave Yang Chen time to speak, so that Yang Chen didn't have to escape back into the maze. A qi-nourishing pill that had already been in his mouth was promptly swallowed, and then he frantically activated the pyroblast talismans that had already been laid out. In addition to the pyroblast talismans, there were also dozens of 15-ton talismans and dozens of giant wood talismans. Wood feeds fire, and the power of the pyroblast talismans increased to another level. At the same time, dozens of thick giant wood suddenly appeared in the air and fiercely crashed into the long-bearded scholar. In the blink of an eye, the long-bearded scholar's whole body was buried in a pile of fire and giant wood, and no trace of him could be seen. Yang Chen held the fierce knife in his hand horizontally, and just as he was about to rush forward, he suddenly heard a wild roar. In the midst of the fire and giant wood, a huge, long, hairy claw suddenly appeared. The surrounding flames were forced back by the momentum of this claw, and unexpectedly, a path without fire appeared. However, the fire was stopped, but a few giant wood solidly smashed into the huge claw. Immediately, the owner of the claw let out a loud roar. Then, a shadow like a leopard flew out of the fire and directly pounced on Yang Chen. Yang Chen's knife was already horizontally in front of his chest, and when he saw this, he shouted loudly. He raised the fierce knife in his hand high above his head, and with a simple, splitting Mount Hua, he fiercely chopped down at the leopard that was pouncing over. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the man and the beast had shrunk to less than 10 feet. However, Yang Chen's saber momentum was extremely fast. From raising it to chopping down, it took almost no time at all. There was only a bright and beautiful saber light flashing in the air, and nothing else could be seen. One of the leopard's giant claws was about to touch Yang Chen's body, but it seemed to have suddenly lost all its strength. The huge body stopped in the air, and then it turned into two pieces in front of Yang Chen, separated from the left and right, and the incision was as smooth as a mirror. Yang Chen's gaze was no longer on the giant leopard. He stretched out his left hand, and dozens of pyroblast talismans and giant wood talismans were detonated in his hand. He attacked the place that was still covered by the flames. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the violent explosions and collisions, a leisurely voice suddenly sounded, "Good saber! I want it!" Then, the long-bearded scholar's figure suddenly appeared outside the flames. He didn't look the slightest bit embarrassed, and he still had that elegant appearance. Hearing this voice and seeing the figure, Yang Chen's body shook fiercely. It was as if he had become stupid. The fierce knife in his hand flew towards the scholar subconsciously. He actually threw it out of his hand, wanting to use the flying knife to hurt someone. Yang Chen's embarrassed appearance fell into the long-bearded scholar's eyes. He smiled slightly, and Yang Chen's knife flew in front of him. The long-bearded scholar just stretched out his hand very elegantly, and the fierce knife was in his hand. As soon as it was in his hand, the long-bearded scholar immediately felt that the fierce knife was different. He suddenly shouted, "Magic treasure?" His voice was full of surprise, as if he had suddenly won a huge prize of hundreds of millions. Before, he had always coveted the weapon in Yang Chen's hand that could easily kill his 3 companions. He even suspected that it was a treasure talisman. After seeing Yang Chen kill his spirit pet with his own eyes, he confirmed that the fierce knife in Yang Chen's hand was the treasure talisman he had always wanted. So, he didn't think about it and reached out to take it. He didn't expect that the knife was actually a magic treasure. Once he thought that a magic treasure would immediately become his, the long-bearded scholar was so happy that he almost fainted. A Qi training level 1 guy didn't know what was good, but that didn't mean he didn't know what was good. However, as soon as he discovered that it was a magic treasure, the knife in his hand suddenly released a fierce sword intent, as if it was going to bite him. Magic treasure. Immediately after, his voice changed. He still shouted the same thing, but the meaning behind it was completely different. This time, his voice was full of fear and shock. If it was a normal magic treasure, the flying sword, with his Qi training level 8 cultivation, he might have been able to take it. If a Qi training level 1 guy could hold it unscathed, then it must be a magic treasure that hadn't been refined. This kind of magic treasure, he was confident that he could hold it in his hand. However, he didn't expect that this magic treasure was actually so tyrannical. As soon as the long-bearded scholar felt something was wrong, he immediately wanted to shake off the fierce knife in his hand, but it was already too late. The surging sword intent directly rushed into his body, straight to the center of his divine sense. Qi, the scholar's body was like a hedgehog, innumerable sharp shadows appeared crazily. In a flash the scholar's body was full of holes, turning him into a big ladle. Then, his whole body seemed to have no bones, softly paralyzed like a puddle of mud. If you really have the cultivation of a gold core master, then I'll admit it. Yang Chen slowly walked forward, bent down to pick up the fierce knife that was inserted into the ground, put it into the merit ring, and shook his head at the meat paste on the ground. Unfortunately, you don't have it. From the beginning, Yang Chen didn't plan to rely on his own talisman to repel the enemy. The talisman made by the Qi training level 1, even if it was strengthened by the heaven and earth treasure raising secret art, using hundreds of them, it was impossible to cause any harm to the Qi training level 8 experts. So many talisman exploded, all to cover this last blow of the flying knife. Yang Chen was stunned. Throwing the knife to hurt people was already planned. His trump card was this murderous saber. In his previous life, this magic treasure caused Chunyang Palace to lose a gold core master. He didn't know how to refine it, with the long-bearded scholar's cultivation level of the Qi training level 8, forcibly taking the fierce knife. Other than death, there was no other possibility. There should be another enemy, but with Yang Chen's divine sense, he actually couldn't find the other party's whereabouts. Moreover, the battle was so fierce, the momentum of the flame explosion talisman was so great, but the other party unexpectedly didn't appear. Presumably he was not here. Yang Chen no longer cared about anything else, began to slowly collect his spoils of war. Except for the long-bearded scholar, the others did not leave a complete corpse. To the enemy, Yang Chen naturally had no need to be polite. The 4 intact Qiankuan bags naturally became Yang Chen's personal belongings. Chapter 74. 3 7th layer Qi condensation and 1/8th layer Qi condensation expert were pursuing him. No matter how good-natured Yang Chen was, he couldn't help but be enraged. This matter was definitely Sun Haijing and Chu Heng's idea. Otherwise, Sun Haijing wouldn't have said those words before Yang Chen left. But with Sun Haijing's wealth, he probably wouldn't be able to hire these experts. This matter wasn't over yet. In his previous life, Yang Chen had been pursued before, but it wasn't when he was at this realm. The pursuit not long ago had made him feel the feeling of a stray dog from his previous life. Because fellow disciples couldn't kill each other, Yang Chen hadn't acted against Sun Haijing in 9 Earth Villa. Yet the other party was so relentless. It seemed that after he returned, he would definitely kill Sun Haijing on the day of the sect competition to vent the hatred in his heart. Continuously being pursued without retaliating was definitely not the attitude Yang Chen intended to adopt in this life. To be able to hire a 7th or 8th layer Qi condensation expert, ordinary spirit stones were impossible. Unless there was a talisman treasure suitable for them, or perhaps a talisman treasure tailor-made. What Yang Chen needed to do now was to find these things in the Qiankuan pouches left behind by these people. Perhaps he could find traces of Chu Heng's methods from these things. Even if he couldn't find them, Yang Chen still had to spread the news. As a cultivation imparting disciple, Chu Heng had always been at odds with Yang Chen. This was an open secret between 9 Earth Villa and Yishio Villa. The rumors would cause him to be badly battered for a period of time. Instead, hire assassins to kill? Yang Chen hadn't thought about it. Since he'd started over and even the Jade Emperor had become a ghost under his blade, no matter what kind of enemy Yang Chen wanted to kill with his own hands, just like these people he'd just killed. Yang Chen tossed the corpses of these people into the maze. In such a short amount of time, he didn't have to worry about anyone discovering them. If things continued as they were, it would be decades before these corpses were discovered. Under the cover of the maze, it took Yang Chen almost 10 days to recover from the physical backlash caused by using the Medicine Garden's protection array. Fortunately, the purification bottle absorbed enough spiritual power this time. Fortunately, Yang Chen's spiritual power was not destroyed. But even so, with Yang Chen's spiritual awareness in the middle stage of the foundation stage, his spiritual awareness was still injured due to forcibly stimulating the array. Fortunately, Yang Chen had already collected the Medicine Garden. Even if he suffered a backlash, it would not be fatal. He just lost a part of his spiritual awareness. The Three Purities' secret art was amazing. In just a few days, Yang Chen's spiritual awareness was repaired. When he reappeared, he was in the Qiankuan Pavilion in Qiankuan Mountain. This was the shop of the Pure Yang Palace. Yang Chen walked in and others saw the Pure Yang Palace mark on the Qiankuan bag on his waist. No one stopped him and let him go to the lobby. Dong! A cotton bag was thrown heavily on the table by Yang Chen. The frost on his face made Yang Chen look a little fierce. He deliberately exuded a little murderous aura, which made Yang Chen look aggressive. If he was not obviously a disciple of Chunyang Palace, maybe someone would have thrown him out. Junior brother Yang, what is this? A fat shopkeeper appeared quietly in front of Yang Chen. Since he was one of them, of course, the shopkeeper had to come out to receive him. The shopkeeper was also in the 6th layer of qi refining, but he used to be a servant. After reaching the 5th layer of qi refining, he could choose to go out and take charge of the business for the sect. He had always been very respectful to these disciples, who were allowed to go out to gain experience in Chunyang Palace. Yang Chen had been here last time. As the shopkeeper, he naturally recognized it. I was chased by several people. This is their head. Yang Chen directly opened the cloth bag, revealing 3.5 heads and several rune weapons that looked good at first glance. The reason why there were 3.5 heads was that the guy who was minced by the sword formation could not find a whole head. Only half of it was found, but the identity could still be vaguely seen from the remaining half head. These things were found from them. It is very similar to the method of Chunyang Palace. Yang Chen sneered. When did the people in Chunyang Palace collude with outsiders to kill the disciples of our sect? The shopkeeper was shocked when he heard this. Yang Chen was ambushed by a killer before he entered Jiurong Mountain Villa. This incident directly caused almost all the individual cultivators around Meiqing Mountain to be interrogated. The last incident was just yesterday. Today, Yang Chen was chased again, and the disciples of Chunyang Palace were involved. For the shopkeeper, this was simply a bolt from the blue. The shopkeeper identified the heads of several people and immediately recognized them. They were several famous individual cultivators. They formed a group and often appeared in the marketplace. However, their cultivation was very good. Yang Chen was only a disciple at the first hurdle of Lianqi realm, but he actually killed the other party. This made the shopkeeper shocked, but he also admired Yang Chen. There should be one more of these guys. Go find his whereabouts. Maybe we can know who did it. Yang Chen reminded him, then he got up and left. I still have a task. Senior brother, please deal with this matter. I don't want every disciple of Chunyang Palace to be chased before they leave Meiqing Mountain when they go out to gain experience. Not to mention that Yang Chen left. When the news spread back to Chunyang Palace, everyone was furious. The disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall came out in full force and once again set off an earth-shaking investigation around Meiqing Mountain. Sun Haijing, who got the news, was in a panic. Finally, he couldn't hold back the fear in his heart. In the name of seeking advice, he came to Chu Heng again. Master, what should we do? If we are found by the law enforcement hall, we will all be finished. Sun Haijing almost cried as he said this. It was a big crime to kill a fellow disciple. Once it was known, the consequences would be unimaginable. Why are you panicking? Chu Heng was also a little scared, but he didn't show up directly after all. He first made a gesture to seal the surroundings and then asked, "Did you give the search array to the guy who is still alive?" "Yes, master." Sun Haijing was afraid of this. Once the guy who was still alive was found, he would immediately die without a burial place. "Don't be afraid. I also left a tracking array on that magic array." Chu Heng stood up and calmly tidied up his clothes. "He will not live past tomorrow's sunrise. You go back first. If others ask you, just say that you don't know anything." "Yes, master." Sun Haijing was relieved when he heard that Chu Heng had other arrangements. He returned to his small courtyard and immediately began to do closed-door training, ignoring the things outside. When Sun Haijing went far away, Chu Heng flashed out of the door. Looking at the direction where Sun Haijing disappeared, he scolded in his heart, "Useless! You can't even do such a small thing, and I have to do it. Humph! If it weren't for the obvious traces of killing you, I would have killed you long ago." After scolding, his figure flashed away. Chapter 75. Chu Heng was now faced with a very awkward and dangerous situation. If he could not get rid of the guy who came to ask for the array in time, he would have to face the punishment of murdering his fellow sect members once the disciples of the law enforcement hall found him first. Even if he was an inner sect disciple who had built his foundation and Yang Chen was just an outer sect disciple, the sect rules were the rules and would not change because of their cultivation. Moreover, Du Qian had always admired Yang Chen. Even the guys from the law enforcement hall had a strong sense of approval for Yang Chen, who was an executioner. Once they found out that he was the mastermind, he was afraid that he could only admit his guilt and escape from the sect. What angered Chu Heng the most was that a small outer sect disciple, and a first-level qi refining one at that. If it were in other sects, even the others in the sect would not be qualified to go out. Not to mention fighting with people, in this realm, at most he could only learn to draw some talisman paper. Even the lowest level of spells needed to be at the second level of the qi refining stage to learn. How did Yang Chen defeat several senior killers? Could it be that a disciple in the foundation establishment stage was involved? Du Qian and Yang Chen had always had a good relationship. Could it be that Du Qian had appeared? It was not that Chu Heng did not suspect this, but if Du Qian had appeared, it would not have been Yang Chen who carried his head to Qianqiu Pavilion. It should have been the disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall who came to find him. However, to make Chu Heng believe that Yang Chen did it alone, he would never believe it. Just by relying on Yang Chen? A guy who only cultivated for 2 hours a day, at most 2 qi cycles, and spent his free time in the Sutra Depository reading Jade Slip. He was a guy who did not do proper work. If it was about alchemy, Chu Heng might believe it. But if it was about fighting, Chu Heng would not believe it. One person could defeat 10 people? It was possible to defeat a third-level qi refining disciple like Sun Haijing, but to defeat an opponent who was 6 or 7 levels lower than him by relying on strength, especially when surrounded by them, Chu Heng would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. The only explanation was that Yang Chen had someone helping him, and this was the reason why Chu Heng was fearless. According to this logic, Yang Chen's motive for joining Chunyang Palace was not pure. Unfortunately, he couldn't kill Yang Chen, nor did he get any evidence of his impure motives. Chu Heng could only kill the killer from midsummer first. Otherwise, before he could catch Yang Chen's weakness, he would be in trouble. The news naturally spread back to the 9 Earth Mountain Villa, causing the outer sect disciples of the villa to all become confident. The disciples of Chunyang Palace, who were in the first level of the Qi refining realm, could actually kill a few individual cultivators who were in the 7th or 8th level of the Qi refining realm. If this was not the superiority of the sect, then what was it? Everyone seemed to be more excited than usual. Shunda and the other three were even more abnormally excited. The greater Yang Chen's reputation was, the higher their status would be in the future. As long as they were loyal, Yang Chen would definitely support them. Compared to the confidence of the other disciples, Chernde and the other three had a deep understanding of their own strength. Yang Chen killing a 7th or 8th level Qi refining assassin was because of Yang Chen's cultivation. It had nothing to do with them. The only one who was terrified was probably Sun Haijing. Right now, he practically couldn't eat and couldn't sleep at night. He lived in great fear all day. If he could choose again, he definitely wouldn't have said those sarcastic words before Yang Chen left. Other people might think it was an exaggeration, but Sun Haijing was very clear that those guys really did have a cultivation of the 7th or 8th level. Moreover, Yang Chen definitely didn't have anyone to help him. After Marshal Uncle Du Qian left the Nine Earth Mountain Villa, he returned to Chunyang Palace and never left. Chu Heng had been keeping an eye on this, so there shouldn't be any mistakes. Yang Chen really did kill those 4 assassins by himself. 3 of them were at the 7th level and 1 was at the 8th level. Even if Sun Haijing himself had worked extremely hard during this period of time, his cultivation was only at the 4th level. Even if he counted the talisman weapons and talisman treasures that Chu Heng rewarded him, Sun Haijing might still have the confidence to fight against a 5th level Qi refining. If it was a 6th level Qi refining, he might have a 10 to 20% chance. He didn't even dare to think about the 7th level Qi refining. But Yang Chen actually killed 3 of them at the 7th level and 1 at the 8th level. Based on Sun Haijing's understanding of those guys, it was very likely that they attacked together. Even so, they were still killed by Yang Chen. Then, on the day of the sect competition, even if Yang Chen didn't buy any talisman weapons or talisman treasures, it would still be enough to kill him. Right now, he was practically counting the number of days he had left with his fingers, waiting for death. For Sun Haijing, who had just joined Chunyang Palace a few years ago and thought that his future would be limitless because he had the thick thighs of Chu Heng's disciple, it was worse than death. Every time he thought about how he was possessed and how he made things difficult for Yang Chen when he entered the sect, Sun Haijing's whole body trembled silently, as if he also regretted the choice he had made at that time. Yang Chen was no longer worried about whether those guys had accomplices or not. He believed that Chu Heng would look forward to those people's deaths more than Yang Chen. Anyway, he had already reported the matter to the Law Enforcement Hall of Chunyang Palace. If those guys' accomplices still dared to appear instead of running for their lives, he would really be convinced by these people. Now, Yang Chen could finally leisurely ride the paper crane made by the black-clothed man and fly peacefully. He believed that after the news spread, no one would dare to chase after him again. Yang Chen just threw a few heads at Qianqiu Pavilion, but it caused a big earthquake within the scope of Chunyang Palace's power. Almost all the individual cultivators were interrogated one by one, and at the same time, the lives of those killers were completely dug out. Because these people were dead, many people had no scruples about speaking, and immediately countless evil deeds of these people, who bullied people and took advantage of women, were revealed. But what everyone was most interested in was the way these people died. An outer mountain disciple of Chunyang Palace, who was at the first level of Qi refining, killed 4 of them? 3 at the 7th level of Qi refining, and 1 at the 8th level of Qi refining? How is this possible? After countless people heard the news, they all had the same thought. No one would believe that a person at the first level of Qi refining could kill 4 masters at the 7th or 8th level of Qi refining. Perhaps there were many geniuses who could kill opponents at a higher level when they were at a lower level, but that was only limited to 1 or 2 levels higher. For example, it was completely possible for a person at the first level of qi refining to kill a person at the second level of qi refining. However, it was simply absurd to want to kill several opponents with a difference of 6 or 7 levels. Chunyang Palace must be crazy to promote this disciple. The news slowly spread and reached the ears of people from other sections. The first reaction of those people was that Chunyang Palace wanted to cultivate this disciple. When they heard that Yang Chun turned out to be an executioner in the past, many people curled their lips to express their disdain. Even if they were all cultivators and shouldn't have these distracting thoughts, they couldn't care so much. At that time, they must teach this arrogant boy a lesson. They must teach Chunyang Palace a lesson. Chapter 76. Yang Chen didn't know this, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Along the way, Yang Chen did not ride the paper crane again, but walked slowly like a sightseeing tour. Along the way, he enjoyed the scenery along the way, and almost all the famous mountains and rivers he passed were visited by him. Along the way, Yang Chen did not waste time, but carefully observed everything he saw. The law of man, the law of the earth, the law of heaven, the law of heaven, the law of nature. Yang Chen called what he was doing now the law of the earth, learning from the earth. In his previous life, he was only proficient in fire spells, but not proficient in other things. Although he saw a lot of experience and lessons of predecessor cultivation in the scriptures pavilion, they were all others. Some Yang Chen could understand, some did not understand. Just through observation along the way, combined with his own understanding, he could integrate those things. Things below the foundation stage, the law of the earth was enough. Not only below the foundation stage, but even below the Deshang stage, the experience of the law of the earth was enough. As for the heaven, the law of nature, that was the realm that higher levels of cultivation would pursue. Whether it was mountains, the earth, rivers, trees, flowers and plants, they were all objects of Yang Chen's careful observation. Yang Chen remembered that in his previous life, a master of the heavenly court said that one flower, one world. A grain of sand, a tender leaf, and a vast forest of mountains, there was not much difference. Yang Chen comprehended the truth of this and slowly consumed time. As for the experience of the mortal world, it was not necessary for Yang Chen, a great principal golden immortal who had been reborn. Yang Chen just needed to do it according to his own needs. Even so, when Yang Chen arrived at the floating mountain, there were still 4 or 5 days before July 20th. As soon as he entered the foot of the floating mountain, before he entered the small town-like market, Yang Chen saw the figure of Gong Sunling in a pavilion on the side of the road. Gong Sunling was still wearing a light yellow, form-fitting palace dress. The embroidery on the hem of the dress that left a deep impression on Yang Chen was still as exquisite as ever. Yang Chen knew that all of these were made by Gong Sunling herself. Even though Gong Sunling was only at the 6th layer of qi training and couldn't refine magic treasures, when Gong Sunling made the clothes for herself, she was not careless at all. Every part of the clothes was exquisite. Her slender legs and slender waist were complemented by her tailored clothes, making it even more difficult for people to look away. Gong Sunling was holding a jade slip and studying it with great concentration. The serious expression on her face showed that she was extremely focused. From Yang Chen's angle, he could only see half of her face, but that kind of quiet and elegant demeanor made Yang Chen lose his mind for a moment. Yang Chen hadn't seen many beauties, but the ones he had seen were all peerless beauties. Chang'e, 9 Heavens Xian and V, Jinu and other female immortals, any one of them was peerless. However, these did not have much attraction to Yang Chen. When a person lives in humiliation all day long, how could he care about these things? In this life, the one that left the deepest impression on Yang Chen was his beautiful master. Other people, even the cold and elegant Shi Shanshan, the future little beauty Sun Qingxue, did not leave any impression on Yang Chen's heart. But at this moment, Yang Chen was attracted to Gong Sunling. Maybe it was because of Gong Sunling's kind reminder in the Sutra Depository Pavilion, or maybe it was because she was immersed in studying here, but in short, Yang Chen suddenly liked looking at this beautiful face. It seemed that looking at her would make him feel at ease for a moment. After staring blankly for a while, Gong Sunling's attention finally turned from the jade slip to Yang Chen. When Yang Chen was still far away, she already knew. It was just that she was thinking about a problem, so she did not pay attention to Yang Chen. But now it was not good to be so rude. She just raised her head and revealed a faint smile, nodded slightly and said, "You're here, junior brother Yang." That smile and slight nod made Yang Chen suddenly have a strong sense of belonging to the sect. Even if Du Qian took care of him so much, Yang Chen did not feel this from him. And Gong Sunling had only said no more than 5 sentences to Yang Chen, but Yang Chen already had such a feeling. "I'm here, senior sister." Just at this moment, Yang Chen made a decision. In this life, she absolutely could not let the tragedy of her previous life repeat itself. Such a stunning genius should not and could not fall the moment she ascended. Just after making this decision, before Yang Chen had time to speak, he saw Gong Sunling's face change. Suddenly pointing at Yang Chen, she asked in horror, "Junior brother Yang, what's going on with your spiritual power? How can it be so messy?" It was Gong Sunling who keenly discovered that Yang Chen's body unexpectedly had various types of spiritual power, so mixed and impure. Wasn't this the same as destroying his own cultivation? Originally, when Yang Chen was still in the Qi refining first layer, he had fire attribute spiritual power, and his other spiritual power was suppressed by the yin-yang 5 elements reverse technique, so it was not easy to be detected by others. So whether it was Chu Heng or Du Qian, or even Zhu Chentao, they did not notice it. Now that Yang Chen's yin-yang 5 elements secret art had entered the second layer of Qi refining first layer, his spiritual power had greatly increased, so it was naturally noticed by Gong Sunling. Yang Chen had a Martian spiritual root, so naturally, he was proficient in fire attribute spiritual power. Suddenly, there was another type of spiritual power in his body. How could it not worry people? Such a messy spiritual power. Was there something wrong with Yang Chen? It's just 5 elements of spiritual power, nothing to make a fuss about. While Yang Chen's heart was warm, his face showed a smile. "I just wanted to experience how to use my fire attribute spiritual power to simulate other attributes of spiritual power, so I tried to practice other attributes of cultivation methods to understand." Gong Sunling's face instantly became extremely interesting. This junior brother Yang Chen was really surprising. He stayed in the Sutra Depository for more than half a year, reading all the ancient books. And he also wanted to practice the other attributes of the 5 elements of cultivation methods to understand other attributes. This idea simply made people speechless. However, since Yang Chen's current cultivation had improved greatly, at least Gong Sunling could see that he had gone one step further than when he was in the Sutra Depository. There should not be any big problems for the time being. She could only remind him, "Then you have to be careful, don't neglect the essentials." "Senior sister, don't worry, I know what I am doing." Yang Chen gave Gong Sunling a reassuring smile, and then asked, "Senior sister is here, is it because you are waiting for me? You are Yang Chen?" Without waiting for Gong Sunling to answer, a stranger's voice suddenly came in from the side. The junior who claimed to be the first layer of Qi refining first layer that Chunyang Palace has vigorously cultivated and killed several killers in the 7th and 8th layer of Qi refining first layer. In the voice, there was an unusual unpleasant tone, as if he was trying to find a liar hidden in the crowd. Chapter 77. With the voice, from the direction of the floating air, several figures appeared. All of them were in the air, flying toward this side at high speed. There were men and women flying over. It seemed that no one used a practitioner weapon when flying. Obviously, they were all at least at the 6th level of Lianqi realm. Yang Chen frowned. He and senior sister apprentice had just met and talked. Where did a bunch of messy people jump out and interrupt? Looking at Gong Suanling's expression, she was also frowning and dissatisfied. At the moment, he had a plan in his mind. Who said that? Nonsense. Yang Chen directly retorted without thinking. Who spread this rumor? Don't spread false information and lose your duty as a cultivator. The other side came aggressively, but they did not expect that Yang Chen would deny it. Suddenly, the leader who had just spoken fell into an awkward situation. Originally, he wanted to use this rumor to attack and ridicule Yang Chen. But Yang Chen denied it. How could he get angry? Moreover, Yang Chen's tongue was unforgiving. Not only did he deny it, but he also directly put a big hat of spreading false information. It seemed that the people who came over were a little reckless. Fellow Taoism Yang Chen of Chunyang Palace is also here. You tell me, is this fellow Taoism Yang Chen the one who killed a few killers today? The leader was a young man. As soon as they landed, they began to attack Gong Sunling. Yang Chen himself admitted that it was nonsense, and he had no excuse to pursue it. But being counterattacked by Yang Chen made them a little angry. It was inevitable that they would ask for advice from the more senior disciples of Chunyang Palace. This is my junior brother Yang. Gong Suanling's face was covered with frost and she asked bluntly, but, what does this have to do with you? Could it be that those killers were sent by you? What are you talking about? We have no grievances with your junior brother Yang in the past. Why do you want to find killers? The leading young man did not care about Gong Suanling's question at all. He still said with a smile, besides, if there is any discord, can't we do it ourselves? It's ridiculous to ask others to do it. Unless, some people are afraid of harming their fellow disciples, so they dare not do it themselves? While speaking, he satirized the internal strife of Chunyang Palace. So, today, fellow Taoism Han is going to clean up the sect for Chunyang Palace? Although Gong Sunling was usually kind, in the face of such provocation, she still fought back very fiercely. In the face of provocation. Although Yang Chen was by her side, she was a senior sister. At this time, she should stand up for Yang Chen. I don't dare, I don't dare. The man surnamed Han was Han Jianda, an outer mountain disciple of Tianquan sect. Like Gong Sunling, he was a disciple at the 6th level of qi refining. Today, after learning that Yang Chen was coming, he deliberately came to mock Yang Chen, but he did not expect to meet Gong Sunling. In the face of Gong Sunling, who had the same cultivation as him, Han Jianda did not dare to use the same tone as he did to Yang Chen. After saying that he didn't dare, Han Jianda immediately turned his eyes to Yang Chen and said with a smile, Junior brother Yang, since it is a rumor, shouldn't you refute it for everyone, lest it affects the reputation of Chunyang Palace? Of course. Under the astonished gaze of Gong Sunling, Yang Chen took a step forward and said with certainty, I don't know which bastard spread the rumor, and it even caused a group of boring guys to run around as if they had killed their parents and raped their wives and daughters. How can I not refute the rumor? Pointing at a monk and calling him a bald donkey in front of him was just that. If Han Jianda and the group of people he brought could bear it, they would not have heard the rumor and come to find trouble with Yang Chen. In this world, even among the cultivators there were also a group of people who could not tolerate others having a better reputation than them. Then how does fellow Yang intend to refute the rumor? Kowtow to the people who heard the rumor? Han Jianda sneered and said bluntly. The people behind him were the same kind of people. Just now they were provoked by Yang Chen's words, and now naturally laughed out loud. So the rumor-refuting rule of fellow Taoist Han's sect is for the person who heard the rumor to kowtow to the people who heard the rumor. Yang Chen's mouth was wide open, and he suddenly turned to Gong Sunling and said, Senior apprentice sister, on the way here, I heard a few rumors about fellow Taoist Han's sect leader. Do you want to ask fellow Taoist Han to pass on a message to their sect leader to refute the rumor? Gong Sunling only smiled and said nothing. Han Jianda's lungs were about to explode. What kind of words are these? Ask their sect leader to kowtow to apologize? You dare to insult my sect? Insult the sect leader of the Tianquan sect? Han Jianda angrily shouted at Yang Chen. Yang Chen was not afraid in the slightest. According to fellow Taoist Han, refuting the rumor is an insult to your sect. An insult to the sect leader of the Tianquan sect? Can I take it that you are insulting the palace leader of the Chunyang Palace? You! Han Jianda pointed at Yang Chen, and suddenly didn't know what to say. Yang Chen had indeed said that he would ask the sect leader to refute the rumor, but he didn't say that he would ask the sect leader to kowtow to apologize. However, his previous words were clearly what he meant. However, no matter what, he couldn't accuse Yang Chen of anything, because Yang Chen's every sentence was counterattacked according to his own meaning. If he said that Yang Chen was wrong, he would be slapping himself in the face first. Then please tell us the truth, fellow Taoist Yang, so that we won't misunderstand. Han Jianda was about to say something, but was stopped by a woman behind him. After stopping Han Jianda, the woman faced Yang Chen and said to Yang Chen with a smile on her face, I don't know which bastard spread the rumor. After cursing, Yang Chen said fiercely, Don't you know that people will misunderstand if you only spread half the number? When he said that, even Gong Sunling turned her head in surprise. What do you mean by half the number? Don't tell me that Yang Chen killed more than 3 cultivators of the 7th level and 1 of the 8th level? Double the number? The people on the other side, including Han Jianda, were dumbfounded. It wasn't because they were shocked, because they had already been shocked. They were shocked because where did Yang Chen get the courage to say such nonsense? Doesn't he know that as soon as he makes a move, no matter how much he boasted, he will be seen through? Could it be that fellow Taoist Yang meant to say that you killed 6 7th layer Qi refining cultivators and 2 8th layer Qi refining cultivators? Han Jianda finally grasped the opportunity to speak again. He asked sinisterly. I said that I have the strength of the 2nd level, not the 1st level. Yang Chen looked at the group of people on the other side as if he was looking at an idiot, and then muttered in a low voice, Damn, I finally know who spread the rumor. What the hell? Chapter 78. Although the voice of the muttering was low, but all the people present were successful in their cultivation, and all of them listened to Yang Chen's muttering. Yang Chen's last scolding words were not missing, and he could hear it clearly. After listening to Yang Chen's words, Gong Sunling smiled in her heart, and the frost on her face disappeared a little. This junior brother Yang was really not easy to deal with. Han Jianda was so angry that he was about to explode. A group of people came to slap the face of Chunyang Palace in high spirits, but now they were scolded by Yang Chen without a chance to fight back. How could he not be angry? I don't know if fellow Taoist Yang is interested in learning from each other? Han Jianda, who was so angry that he didn't care that he was at the 6th level of Qi refining and his opponent was only at the 2nd level of Qi refining. He opened his mouth and issued a challenge. Learning from each other? Yang Chen shook his head. I'm not your opponent. Forget it. Hearing Yang Chen admit defeat so easily, everyone, including Gong Sunling, was a little surprised. Why, junior brother Yang doesn't have the courage? Han Jianda almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He was ready to fight, but Yang Chen easily avoided it. It was as uncomfortable as punching the air with all his strength. He wanted to provoke, but Yang Chen directly admitted defeat. What else was there to provoke? Even if it was said out, Yang Chen was a disciple at the 2nd level of Qi refining. It was not a shameful thing to admit defeat to a guy at the 6th level of Qi refining. But the problem was that Han Jianda couldn't get over it, so he immediately spoke sarcastically. It has nothing to do with courage. Yang Chen shook his head and walked directly behind Gong Sunling. There are too many rules in learning from each other. I'm not your opponent. But if fellow Taoist Han is really interested, You might as well find a time when there are more people and try to challenge me to the death. After that, he no longer paid attention to Han Jianda and said directly to Gong Sunling, "Senior sister, didn't you come to pick me up? I'm sure the elders in the sect are also waiting anxiously. Let's go over now." Gong Sunling nodded noncommittally and walked away. Yang Chen blindly followed behind him and directly arrived in front of the few people. However, the few people did not dare to stop him. They moved aside and let the two of them go. After walking a few steps, Yang Chen turned back and said, "I'll be here until the end of the gathering. Fellow Taoist Han, don't be late." After taking a few more steps, Yang Chen turned around and said, "Fellow Taoist Han, don't tell me you don't have the courage." The words that Han Jianda used to ridicule Yang Chen were returned to him by Yang Chen. Even if Han Jianda didn't want to issue this challenge, it was not up to him at this time. However, Yang Chen had just said that there were more people. It was clear that Han Jianda had no reason to resolve this privately. Han Jianda was also forced to the edge of the cliff. After watching Gong Sunling and Yang Chen enter the town, Han Jianda and the others looked at each other in dismay. Then, they quickly excused themselves and left to find their sect elders. "Junior brother, you shouldn't have forced him like that." After Gong Sunling walked into the town, she suddenly sighed and said, "Provoking an enemy for no reason, it's not worth it. I didn't provoke him, but didn't he come looking for me?" Yang Chen smiled and said, "In any case, he already came looking for me. It's not a bad thing to let them know the consequences. Otherwise, they will think that you are a pushover." Gong Sunling wanted to say something more. After listening to Yang Chen's words, she didn't say anything in the end. She just took Yang Chen to a branch of Qianxiu Pavilion here. This was a stronghold of Chunyang Palace. They were responsible for the daily life of the disciples who came to Chunyang Palace for the annual gathering on the floating mountain. Chunyang Palace also had a Jedan Supreme Master rush here, but it was not anyone who was familiar with Yang Chen. Yang Chen just paid a routine visit and went to the room arranged for him to rest, no longer caring about anything else. Gong Sunling was not as free and easy as Yang Chen. She just reported what had just happened. "This kid, he is really stubborn." The Jedan Supreme Master, Su Qingxin, the Hall Master of Foreign Affairs of Chunyang Palace, saw further than others. Using a narrow-minded guy can make everyone no longer doubt Chunyang Palace. Good move. As long as he wins this round, I will accept the rest. Our Chunyang Palace has not had such an interesting kid for a long time. Hearing Su Qingxin's words, Gong Sunling was also relieved. But she still felt a little uneasy. If Han Jianda insisted on a life-and-death challenge, how would Yang Chen accept it? She could only hope that Yang Chen really had a trump card in his hands when he killed those killers. Han Jianda hurriedly returned to the Tianquan sect's encampment and hurriedly reported what had just happened to his own sect's elders. The person in charge of the Tianquan sect here was also a Hall Master of Foreign Affairs, a Jedan Supreme Master. In front of his own Hall Master, Han Jianda did not hide anything. He knew that even if he slightly lied, the Hall Master could judge from his extremely subtle lying performance. He did not dare to lie at all. "Do you have a grudge against Chunyang Palace?" After listening, the Hall Master of Foreign Affairs frowned and asked in a low voice. "No." Han Jianda hurriedly replied. What a joke. He was just an outer sect disciple. Why would he have a grudge against Chunyang Palace? Even if Chunyang Palace was a small sect, there were still a few Yuanning masters in charge. He was not arrogant enough to challenge Chunyang Palace. "Then do you have a grudge against Yang Chen?" The Hall Master of Foreign Affairs frowned again and asked again. "No." Han Jianda did not dare to hide and shook his head again. "You have no enmity with the pure Yang Palace, and you have no enmity with that Yang Chen. You just heard some rumors that people killed a few high-level killers, and you went to find trouble with them?" The Foreign Affairs Hall Master couldn't help but ask this sentence. His tone showed that he was extremely dissatisfied. Disciple, disciple. Han Jianda did not know what to say. He could only mumble a few words, but could not say anything else. A level 6 Qi refining stage challenging a level 2 Qi refining stage. You really dared to do what you said. You only dared to compare notes with each other. You don't even dare to challenge me to a life and death challenge. You really make our Tianquan sect proud. The Hall Master of Foreign Affairs did not know what to say to Han Jianda. Is it glorious to win against you? Or is there any benefit to losing? Have you never used your brain to think about it? Han Jianda's face turned pale. Only now did he realize how stupid his previous actions were. Even if Yang Chen could not defeat him, Chunyang Palace could easily let go of the rumor. But he himself would be hated by everyone in Chunyang Palace. Why did he have to be so blinded and insist on doing this? He has already challenged you to a life and death challenge. If you don't dare to accept, then admit defeat and go back to the mountain for 10 years. The Hall Master of Foreign Affairs ordered casually. If you dare, go and challenge him tomorrow. Don't bring shame to our Tianquan sect. Chapter 79. Before the drama of the floating mountain gathering began, there was a small interlude. Han Jianda, an outer disciple of the Tianquan sect, issued a life and death challenge to Yang Chen, an outer disciple of the Chunyang Palace. Yang Chen accepted the challenge immediately. The two agreed on a time to have a life and death battle in an open space outside the town. A life and death battle between two outer disciples of two sects was the most straightforward way to resolve the enmity between two parties. No matter what the result was, both parties had to let go of all their previous grievances. Of course, since it was a life and death battle, most of the time, it would end with the death of one party. Since the person was already dead, what grievances could there be that couldn't be put down? There was a great disparity in strength between the two parties. One was at the 6th level of Qi training, the other was at the 2nd level of Qi training. However, this was also the origin of this life and death battle. Although Han Jianda already had some regrets, he couldn't be a coward and not dare to challenge Yang Chen to a duel. The main characters hadn't shown up yet, but there were already many people gathered around the agreed-upon open space. Most of them were disciples below the Foundation establishment stage, and they were the main figures who came to participate in the floating mountain gathering. As for those experts above the Foundation establishment stage, was it worth it for them to specially come and watch a fight between two juniors in the Qi training stage? Han Jianda didn't come late, but he was a little earlier than Yang Chen. When he appeared, not a single person from the Chunyang Palace appeared. Han Jianda didn't want to be distracted at this time, so he simply found a place to meditate and wait while he calmed his mind. After waiting for a long time, no one from the Chunyang Palace came. Gradually, some rumors began to spread among the crowd. What's going on? Are the people from the Chunyang Palace scared? Strange, didn't they say that there would be a life and death battle? Why hasn't anyone arrived yet? That's smart. A 2nd level Qi training stage against a 6th level Qi training. Isn't that just courting death? Not necessarily. It's said that the disciple named Yang Chen from Chunyang Palace has already killed 3 killers in the 7th layer of Qi refining realm and 1 killer in the 8th layer of Qi refining realm. It's a piece of cake for him to challenge a cultivator in the 6th layer of Qi refining realm. How do you know it's true? Maybe it was deliberately spread by Chunyang Palace to promote this disciple, just to raise his status. Whether it's true or false, fellow Daoist Han, won't you find out once you fight him? What is the Tianquan sect doing this time? A 6th layer Qi practitioner challenging a 2nd layer Qi practitioner, wasn't this bullying? I've never heard of any conflict between the Tianquan sect and the Chunyang Palace. I heard that a disciple of the Tianquan sect initiated the challenge. It was said that when fellow Daoist Han said that he wanted to compete with him, fellow Daoist Yang of Chunyang Palace directly admitted defeat and said that he was no match for fellow Daoist Han. If it was a life-and-death battle, he might be able to fight. Fellow Taoist Han also has no choice. He's been accused of bullying the weak for no reason. If he wins, it'll be fine, but if he loses, he'll probably lose his life and his reputation will be ruined. AI. There were all kinds of discussions. Some stood on the side of the Tianquan sect, while others stood on the side of the Chunyang Palace. Everyone had their own opinions. Fortunately, the Floating Mountain Assembly was considered a major event in the cultivation world. There were many sects participating, but they still maintained a harmonious atmosphere. Everyone was just discussing, but no one made any extreme moves or words. Of course, Han Jianda also heard these discussions. However, the more peaceful the discussions were, the more depressed Han Jianda became. It was not false at all to stand up for others. This time, it was because of this reason that he had been forced into this situation. If he had another chance, he definitely wouldn't go looking for trouble with Yang Chun. Han Jianda was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. He couldn't help but reach out to hold the talisman treasure given to him by the Hall Master of the External Affairs Division. It was a bracelet personally refined by a Golden Core Grandmaster. As long as he channeled enough spiritual energy, he could launch a devastating attack. Anyone below the Foundation establishment stage would at least lose half their life if they didn't die. His opponent, Yang Chun, was only at the second level of the Qi training stage. If he was hit, he would definitely die. Unfortunately, this bracelet was refined by the Hall Master of the External Affairs Division for a female disciple. Han Jianda could only hide it in his Qianquan bag. Otherwise, he could naturally wear it on his wrist, and it would be impossible to guard against it. With this, he could definitely kill Yang Chun. However, Han Jianda was most worried about the enmity between him and the Chunyang Palace. However, compared to his own life, the troubles in the future should be solved later. At least for now, he had to live. Thinking of this, Han Jianda slowly calmed his mind, and a confident look appeared on his face. In the eyes of others, they naturally knew what was going on. They also sighed for Yang Chen, who hadn't shown up yet. It was a pity that those who were brought to the Floating Mountain Assembly by the sect were all disciples favored by the sect. Unexpectedly, they were going to die in a life-and-death challenge. Yang Chen came at the right time. A moment before the agreed time, he and Gong Sunling appeared at the venue. Gong Sunling looked like she was going to watch the show and had no intention of helping at all. In fact, it was impossible for her to help. If someone broke the rules in a life-and-death challenge between two people, it would be a public provocation to everyone present. I thought you were afraid of death and didn't dare to come. Han Jianda stood up and smiled coldly at Yang Chen. With a big killing weapon in his hand, he had no fear. We agreed on this hour. It's fine as long as there's no delay. Yang Chen responded faintly, and then turned to the arbitrator on the side. Can we start? The arbitrator was a disciple in the Foundation establishment stage of another sect. In a life-and-death duel, the arbitrator only needed to ensure that no one was secretly helping either side. There were no other rules. Hearing Yang Chen's question, the arbitrator looked at Han Jianda, and Han Jianda nodded slightly. The arbitrator did not immediately announce the start of the duel. Instead, he asked the two of them, "A life-and-death duel will only end when one dies. Before the duel, do you two have anything to say?" "No." Han Jianda shook his head. Anyway, the one who would die would not be him, so what was the point of saying so much nonsense? "What about you?" The arbitrator turned to Yang Chen. "Every grievance has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. Fellow Taoist Han, I have no enmity with you in the past, but you took the initiative to propose a life-and-death duel. On the road to hell, don't blame others. Go in peace." Yang Chen said expressionlessly, and then he did not speak again. The arbitrator looked left and right and calmly waved his hand. "Start." Then he quickly retreated and left the circle between the two of them. Han Jianda had a sinister smile on his face. He did not intend to use his big killing weapon at the beginning. At least before Yang Chen died. He wanted to properly humiliate him in response to the humiliation he had just said. Before Han Jianda could do anything else, his vision blurred. In his shock, his throat tightened, and his whole body seemed to be frozen. Chapter 80. Relying on the 2 agility talismans that had been strengthened by the art of cultivating heaven and earth treasure, Yang Chen's speed almost doubled. The 2 of them weren't far from each other, so Yang Chen only needed one forceful step to arrive in front of Han Jianda. In Han Jianda's eyes, Yang Chen's figure blurred and then appeared next to him. With such speed, he was like a ghost. Han Jianda made a prompt decision to not use his trump card. However, just as this thought came to him, it was already too late. A mountain-like pressure enveloped him tightly. It was as if he had suddenly fallen into a sea of blood hell. The terrifying aura directly destroyed all of his will to resist. His entire body stiffened and he could no longer move. Even the immortals in the heavenly court felt afraid when Yang Chen released his killing intent to his heart's content, let alone Han Jianda, an ordinary disciple of the 6th layer of refining. In the eyes of the crowd, Han Jianda seemed to have become a fool. He only reached out to the side of his Qiankuan pouch, but he didn't make any further movements. "Spare me!" These 2 words could be said as long as his mouth moved, but at this moment, they were blocked in Han Jianda's throat. He couldn't shout them out even if he wanted to. He could only watch Yang Chen rush to his front. A feeling of despair filled Han Jianda's entire body. In Yang Chen's hand, an extremely valiant-looking long saber suddenly appeared. With a wave, the long saber slashed across Han Jianda's neck. Under the gaze of the crowd, Han Jianda's head flew up high and blood spurted all over the ground. The instigator, Yang Chen, had already returned to his original position. He didn't even look at Han Jianda. He only stared at the referee, waiting for him to announce the result. His actions were too simple. Rushing out, swinging the saber, sheathing the saber, retreating. It was so simple that no one could suspect that there was anything wrong with it. At this moment, Han Jianda's corpse fell limply to the ground. However, Yang Chen's body was as clean as if it had just been washed. There wasn't a single trace of blood on it. Shock, horror, disbelief, all kinds of expressions appeared on the faces of the onlookers. At this moment, everyone seemed to have lost the calmness that cultivators should have, the cultivation that would not change even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of them. It was vividly displayed on everyone's faces. Who would have thought that a 2nd layer of qi refining and a 6th layer of qi refining, with a difference of 4 layers, would have such an unexpected result in a duel to the death? Countless people felt a chill in their hearts after witnessing this. It was as if the blade Yang Chen had used on Han Jianda's neck had landed on their heads. Before this, if Han Jianda had not jumped out, they might have been the next to mock and provoke Yang Chen. Countless people rejoiced in their hearts. They rejoiced that they had not been so impatient. They also rejoiced that Han Jianda had jumped out so early and set a living example for everyone. Other than Gong Sunling, no one dared to believe the result. For a very long time, everyone maintained a dumbstruck expression. Even if Gong Sunling did not doubt Yang Chen's words before, she did not expect that against Han Jianda, who was at the 6th layer of qi refining, Yang Chen would be able to deal with him so easily. The deathly silence continued until Yang Chen spoke again. "In a duel, I am not your opponent." Yang Chen's voice was not loud, but it was as if he was awakening everyone. At the same time, it was as if he was reminding everyone, "However, in a duel to the death, it seems that you are not my opponent." Now everyone understood the reason why Yang Chen admitted that he was not his opponent in a duel, but no one wanted to question this result. The separation of Han Jianda's head had already explained everything. Especially the bracelet in his hand, which was still tightly clenched after his death, was obviously a top talisman treasure at first glance. Han Jianda died before he even had time to use his talisman treasure. Even if the others were not convinced, seeing this scene, they were convinced that Yang Chun had killed several assassins at the 7th and 8th layer of Qi refining. The arbitrator finally reacted. He looked down at Han Jianda's body, raised his head expressionlessly, and said, "Chunyang Palace's Yang Chun wins." Then he did not say anything more. 2 juniors in the Qi refining stage fought to the death. As a third-party disciple in the foundation building realm, he did not care who won and who lost. Although he was surprised by the fierceness of Yang Chen's blade, he was only a little surprised. After all, Yang Chen was not the only one in the world who could challenge someone at a higher level. At this point, the life and death duel had completely come to an end. Han Jianda's body would naturally be taken care of by the people from the Tianquan sect. Yang Chen did not pay attention to the crowd. He smiled at Gong Sunling, who had come to support him. The two of them, one in front and one behind, walked calmly back to the Qianqiu pavilion, as if they had entered an uninhabited land. Only when the two of them had completely disappeared did the crowd start to discuss among themselves. "Did you see that? He had the confidence to kill. Fellow Han must have taken things too hard. Why did he have to challenge such a fierce person to the death? Why bother? Isn't it because he wanted to stand out? He thought he was so great and looked down on others." The other party had already admitted defeat, but he still pursued relentlessly. "He only has himself to blame." Quite a few people were interested in what Yang Chen had said before the duel and asked about it. "Fellow Yang from Chunyang Palace, what did he mean when he said that every debt has a debtor? Don't you know? Before fellow Yang became an apprentice, he was an executioner in the mortal world. This is what he said every time he killed someone. You must be careful, don't let fellow Yang say these words to you, haha. An executioner can also cultivate? At least he killed many experts when he was at the 2nd layer of Qi training. I just saw him kill a 6th layer Qi training. Do you think he can cultivate? Young man, you did well." Su Qingxin laughed and praised Yang Chen and Gong Sunling when he saw them return to the Qianqiu pavilion. "With one slash, you shut up all the doubters. You saved yourself a lot of effort. I have high hopes for you." "Thank you, Grandmaster." Yang Chen only bowed slightly in response to Su Qingxin's praise. "What are you thanking me for? I didn't do anything." Su Qingxin waved his hand and said with a smile, "You, on the other hand, have added a lot of color to my pure Yang Palace. In this way, you are only at the 2nd level of Qi refining, and should not have a flying magic tool. This bamboo eagle was a magic tool that I used to travel in the past, so I will reward it to you." As he said this, a black light flew straight to Yang Chen's side, and hovered in front of him. "Thank you, Grandmaster." Yang Chen reached out and grabbed the bamboo eagle. Someone gave him a pillow when he was dozing off. How considerate. Yang Chen only had a paper crane with a tracking formation. The bamboo eagle could solve his problem. Su Qingxin was very good at judging people's cultivation. This time, Yang Chen sincerely thanked him. "Rest for a few days and wait for the stairway to heaven to open," Su Qingxin ordered with a smile. "I also want to know which level of heaven stage you can reach." Chapter 81. The core part of the floating mountain gathering was when the new talents of various sects accepted the test of the stairway illusion, which was jokingly called the stairway to heaven. There was a mountain peak on the floating mountain. No one knew who carved 100 steps, which led from the foot of the mountain to the top. This mountain road full of steps was the stairway to heaven. On each step of the stairway to heaven, there was an extremely powerful psychedelic array set up by a senior expert, which only targeted the disciples in the Qi refining stage. On this stairway to heaven, every step was a sharpening of one's heart. Therefore, sometimes the stairway to heaven was also called the path of self-examination. Opening the stairway to heaven required at least 10 Jindan stage grandmasters to work together, and it could only be opened at the same time every year. The opening time was limited, so the disciples who could go up the stairway to heaven were basically the disciples who were specially trained by the sect. Generally speaking, the higher the step on the stairway to heaven, the higher the achievement in the future. There were few exceptions. Each sect also attached great importance to the annual stairway to heaven. Each sect could only choose 2 outstanding disciples every year. Generally those who were above the 5th level of qi refining stage were allowed to go out for trials. And this year, Chunyang Palace chose Gong Sunling and Yang Chen. In the previous life, Yang Chen's aptitude was ordinary, so he had no chance to participate in the stairway to heaven. Unexpectedly, in this life, he was still at the 2nd level of qi refining stage, and was sent here by the sect. Every year, 10 sects would be appointed to send 10 Jindan stage grandmasters to preside over the stairway to heaven. There was a ready-made array here. As long as these Jindan stage grandmasters input their spiritual power in the specified position. Of course, if those Jindan stage grandmasters were interested, they could even slightly increase the difficulty in the process of the postgraduate entrance examination. The duel of life and death, for the floating mountain gathering, was just an appetizer. Everyone's mind was still on the stairway to heaven. In the past, all the disciples who walked the stairway to heaven, as long as they reached the 20th level of heaven, were all vigorously cultivated by the sect. This was an opportunity for everyone, and everyone was ready to fight for a good result. Even if they couldn't make a name for themselves, the stairway to heaven was also known as the path of questioning heart. For all the disciples who were able to step on the stairway to heaven, it was a rare opportunity to hone themselves. As long as they were selected, all of them cherished this precious opportunity. Only Yang Chen did not think that he would be selected from the beginning to the end. On the day that the stairway to heaven was opened, almost all the observation spots around the stairway to heaven were occupied by disciples from various sections. All kinds of flying talisman weapons and talisman treasures hovered in the air. There were also many people who simply relied on their own cultivation to fly in the air. No one wanted to miss the most exciting scene. The disciples who were preparing to climb the stairway were already eager to try. Among them, there were more than a dozen famous geniuses who had already planned to show off their skills on the celestial stairway and attract the attention of the world. Looking at their expressions, almost all of them had a kind of confidence that they could do it. The previous record of the stairway to heaven was set by Shi Shanshan of the Green Jade, Immortal Island. On the heaven stairway, she had climbed to the 63rd step of the heaven stairway, which was unprecedented. And now, Shi Shanshan was recognized by almost all sects as a cultivation genius. Who knew how many young talents were looking forward to getting Shi Shanshan's attention? Perhaps they might even have the opportunity to dual cultivate. That was simply a dream. The 10 golden core experts were already in position. After a while, the originally ordinary stone steps began to flicker with a faint light. Seeing this, all the geniuses who were waiting to climb the stairway to heaven became serious. The first to walk up was a disciple of the Wind Cloud Palace, who was at the 7th level of Qi training. The first to walk up was a disciple of the Wind Cloud Palace, who was at the 7th level of Qi training. Everyone watched as he slowly and firmly took 3 steps on the heaven stairway and stepped onto the 3rd level of the heaven stairway. Following that, his footsteps became chaotic, sometimes fast and sometimes slow. After he reached the 14th step of the heaven stairway, he could no longer hold on. Soon after, the heaven stairway lit up and this disciple of the Wind Cloud Palace was sent to the foot of the mountain. The disciple who appeared at the foot of the mountain then realized that he had been pushed out of the stairway to heaven. But he had no time to check how many steps he had taken. He sat down on the spot and began to meditate, as if he had entered a state of enlightenment. This kind of situation had probably occurred countless times in the past, and everyone knew what was going on. However, no one disturbed the meditating Wind Cloud Palace disciple. Everyone's gazes converged on the second person on the stairway to the heavens. At the same time, many people had begun to discuss. Xie Daoist of the Wind Cloud Palace only took the 14th step. What a pity! I don't know what he saw, I'm curious. It still depends on the disciples of the Taishanmen, Qiankuan sect, Five Elements sect, Blue Cloud sect, and Green Jade Immortal Island. Amidst the crowd's discussion, this year's new disciples took turns to ascend the sky stairway one by one. The light on the stairway to heaven was constantly flashing, as if it had never dimmed. Reincarnation Valley, one was level 17 and one was level 23. Both disciples were famous geniuses, especially the disciple who had ascended to the 23rd step, who was already famous in the world. When everyone saw this result, they were all in awe. His reputation was well deserved. Mo Yun's sect, the two geniuses were both below the 15th step. It seemed that their two geniuses came purely with the purpose of training, and did not care much about the result. But after the two disciples came down from the stairway, their faces were full of joy, as if they had benefited a lot. This time, there was a male disciple from the Green Jade Immortal Island who directly crossed the 28th step of the heaven. It was immediately spread. This was already the best result among the dozens of people who went up the stairway to heaven today. Coming down from the stairway to heaven, the disciple of the Green Jade Immortal Island did not immediately retreat like the others, but sat quietly in the same place, watching the performance of those who went up the stairway behind him, looking very relaxed. However, the limelight of the Green Jade Immortal Island had just come out, and immediately a female disciple of the Taishanmen snatched all the halos. The 7th level of Qi refining, the descendant of Shi Shanshan, climbed the stairway to the 35th step of the heaven. Except for the fact that she couldn't be with Shi Shanshan, she was a talented disciple with a great future. This year, the two rookie disciples of the Green Jade Immortal Island were all shining brightly, and the light was unparalleled. Even the Taishanmen couldn't match them. Soon, it was the turn of the two disciples of the Chunyang Palace. Chapter 82. Because of Yang Chen's previous challenge, Chunyang Palace had left a deep impression in everyone's mind. Yang Chen beheaded Han Jianda with one slash. Although many sects did not say it out loud, they were slightly dissatisfied in their hearts. In any case, everyone always felt that there was no need to fight to the death, since they were both famous and decent sections. However, this time, Yang Chen of Chunyang Palace did a really good job. He directly admitted defeat in the competition. Everyone knew this. Moreover, Yang Chen had said in advance that he would admit defeat in the competition. If they wanted to know his actual strength, they had to challenge him to the death. For the sake of his reputation, Han Jianda took the initiative to challenge Yang Chen to the death, but many people selectively ignored this point. Perhaps it was because Yang Chen, with the strength of the 2nd level of Qi refining, defeated Han Jianda, who was at the 6th level of Qi refining. Many people felt that the dignity of the senior had been challenged. In addition, no one knew where Yang Chen's background as an executioner came from, so they were very unhappy with Yang Chen. Therefore, they also had the same opinion about Gong Sunling, another disciple of Chunyang Palace. Senior sister, the Heaven Stairway's illusory matrix may be different from any illusory matrix you have studied. Before Gong Sunling was about to go up the Heaven Stairway, Yang Chen stopped her and said in a low voice, "Sometimes, it may launch an attack based on the weakness of your character. Senior sister, when necessary, you have to strike like a thunderbolt. You can't just think about making peace and making concessions." Gong Sunling was very stunned. She had never thought about what Yang Chen said to her before. Moreover, Yang Chen said it very confidently, as if Yang Chen knew the Heaven Stairway's illusory matrix very well. It could not help but make Gong Sunling a little surprised. Fortunately, Gong Sunling believed that Yang Chen would not harm her. She nodded slightly, gave Yang Chen a smile, and then stepped onto the 1st step of the Heaven Stairway. Among the 10 Supreme Masters in Jedan Realm, Only Su Qingxin was the head of the Foreign Affairs Hall of Chunyang Palace. The other 9 were all trying to make a fool of Chunyang Palace. As soon as Gong Sunling stepped onto the heaven step, she immediately felt a mountain-like pressure. A second-level qi refining disciple from Chunyang Palace has been in the limelight for the past few days. I wonder how this female disciple will perform. Deliberately mystifying. When have you ever seen a second-layer qi practitioner kill a sixth-layer qi practitioner? This isn't just a difference of 4 realms. When have you ever seen someone in the second layer of qi refining use a talisman treasure? This time, Chunyang Palace clearly wants to confuse the public and the public. If not for the fact that the heaven stairway can only be climbed by disciples in the qi refining realm, maybe Chunyang Palace will also send 2 disciples in the foundation establishment realm. Ha ha! Among the many discussions, this voice was very unique and also the loudest. At the very least, the onlookers all heard it clearly. Originally, everyone was still shocked by Yang Chun killing Han Jianda. Now hearing this voice, everyone seemed to have a feeling of a sudden realization. So that was it. Han Jianda's head was cut off with 1 strike. If that saber was an ordinary saber, no one would believe it. It was definitely a top-notch talisman weapon, or even a talisman treasure. But to control a talisman treasure, it was something that could only be done with the cultivation of the 6th or 7th layer qi practitioner. A 6th or even 7th layer qi practitioner defeating a 6th layer qi practitioner didn't seem to be worth bragging about. Yang Chun was in the 2nd layer qi practitioner. This was said by Chunyang Palace and also by Yang Chun. Naturally, others couldn't verify whether it was true or false, unless Yang Chun was willing to let these people's spiritual power enter his body and do whatever he wanted. Of course, Yang Chun couldn't do this, and others certainly wouldn't be so bored as to verify Yang Chun's cultivation in this way. The guy who spoke used this point to arouse everyone's suspicion. Suddenly, in addition to most people staring at Yang Chun with unkind eyes, even the way they looked at Gong Sunling was a little strange. If Chunyang Palace only relied on this kind of confusing means to gain fame, it was really too despicable. Everyone seemed to think that they had discovered the truth. In their hearts, they were also very looking forward to Chunyang Palace not getting any good results on the heaven stairway this time. Seeing that Gong Sunling had already walked 10 steps on the heaven stairway, nosy people had already begun to talk about how many steps Gong Sunling could take before she would be pushed down by the heaven stairway. On the heaven stairway, Gong Sunling's pace was neither fast nor slow. It was very stable. So far, there was no sign of panic. Under the expectant eyes of a group of people, she walked another 10 steps calmly and steadily, and there was still no sign of instability. This Taoist brother Gongsun is an array cultivator. Someone seemed to have noticed some inside information and shouted loudly. The people who heard the voice were immediately disdainful. They clearly knew that the heaven stairway was an illusory array, but they still sent an array cultivator in. This Taoist brother Gongsun was not famous before. It could be said that he was simply studying illusory arrays. If he could get a good ranking in this way, Chunyang Palace would do anything for fame this year. It was a pity that Gong Sunling was such a delicate beauty. Perhaps she could become a rising star of a sect, and she also had a certain strength. It was just that under the arrangement of Chunyang Palace, she fell into the name of falsification. What a pity! Many people looked at Gong Sunling's elegant body and already charming face, and they all issued such a sigh in their hearts. No matter what everyone thought, Gong Sunling still calmly stepped on the 30th step of the heaven stairway. At this step, even those who despised Gong Sunling for being an array cultivator could not help but admire her. Those who could reach the 30th step of the heaven stairway were definitely geniuses. An array cultivator was also a cultivator, and there was no rule that an array cultivator could not climb the heaven stairway. At this point, Gong Sunling's footsteps were still stable, but the speed had slowed down. 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. When she stepped on the 35th step of the heaven stairway, Gong Sunling had already tied the record of the female disciple of the Green Jade, Immortal Island today. But this was not the end. Gong Sunling still firmly stepped up, but the expression on her face became very serious, as if she was facing a powerful enemy. On her snow-white, jade-like skin, there were crystal beads of sweat. 40, 45, 50, the onlookers had already thrown away the contempt in the beginning. To be able to reach the 50th step of the heaven stairway, she was definitely a genius among geniuses. Chunyang Palace had picked up a treasure this time. It was not until the 53rd step of the heaven stairway that Gong Sunling's figure began to shake. Every step she took forward seemed to be resisting tremendous pressure. Such a beautiful and weak woman, but she showed a will that did not lose to any man present. Gong Sunling's performance has been recognized by everyone. 58, 59, 60, 61, under the nervous gaze of countless people and even secretly counting in their hearts, Gong Sunling finally could not hold on any longer. After stepping on the 62nd step of the heaven stairway, her figure shook violently, and then she disappeared and appeared at the foot of the mountain. Boom, the scene was like a huge bomb detonated, and it suddenly boiled up. Chapter 83. Since the discovery of the heaven stairway, the record on the heaven stairway was set by Fairy Sure of the Green Jade, Immortal Island. Now, an unknown female disciple of the Chunyang Palace had actually climbed to the 62nd level of the heaven stairway, catching up with Fairy Sure in the past. Although it was slightly worse than Fairy Sure's, it was still a shocking record. This was definitely the strongest record on the heaven stairway this year, and the onlookers had witnessed the birth of such a powerful record. Compared with the record of the 62nd level of the heaven stairway, the previous female disciple of the Green Jade, Immortal Island's 35th level of the heaven stairway, was simply a joke. No one said anything strange like a ray cultivator anymore. Even if it was a ray cultivator, Gong Sunling had really climbed to the 62nd level of the heaven stairway in front of everyone's eyes. Even if it was a guy who was not convinced, in the face of such a situation, in addition to shock, it seemed that there was only admiration left. As for other words of cheating, they could not say anything at all, especially the 10 Jidan stage masters who presided over the heaven stairway. In addition to Su Qingshin, the other 9 Jidan stage masters all knew that when Gong Sunling climbed the heaven stairway, they had a tacit understanding and deliberately put a lot of pressure on Gong Sunling. It must be known that this was a few Jidan stage masters teaming up to bully a disciple in the qi refining stage. Under such circumstances, Gong Sunling was still able to climb to the 62nd level of the heaven stairway. Under real circumstances, she was afraid that she was no worse than Shi Shanshan. Su Qingshin was so happy that he was about to explode. This time, Chunyang Palace's floating mountain gathering was simply outstanding. There was no sect more glorious than Chunyang Palace. Not to mention that Yang Chen cut off the head of Han Jianda from the Tianquan sect with the cultivation of the 2nd level of the qi refining stage. Just the fact that Gong Sunling had climbed to the 62nd level of the heaven stairway was enough to let everyone know that Chunyang Palace had a genius disciple who was chasing after Fairy Sure of the Green Jade, Immortal Island. In the past, because their disciples were not good enough, they were ridiculed by fellow Taoists from other sects, but from now on there would be no more. When he thought of this, Su Qingshin felt as if he had eaten an iced watermelon during the hottest days of summer. He felt refreshed from the inside out. Who would dare to boast in front of him in the future? In addition to the Green Jade Immortal Island, even those insufferably arrogant guys in Taishanmen, in the face of Gong Sunling's achievements, they couldn't say half a word. Gong Sunling, a disciple, was enough to make the entire Chunyang Palace proud. Thinking of this, when Su Qingshin looked at the other 9 Jidan stage masters in other directions, the angle of his eyes seemed to be adjusted a little. Although he didn't dare to say that he was looking at people with his chin, it was almost like his nostrils were facing these guys. Because of the shock caused by Gong's Sunling, the 10 Jidon stage masters all stopped. Su Qingxin looked at the other 9 proudly, and the pride on his face was undisguised. In the face of Gong Suanling's record, the other 9 Jidon stage masters also acquiesced to Su Qingxin's pride. Although they were unhappy in their hearts, there was no way around it. Who told them to not have such an outstanding disciple in their sect? Gong Sunling was pushed out of the heaven ladder and appeared at the foot of the mountain. It may be because she had spent a lot of effort on the heaven ladder. Just as she wanted to take a step, her feet were soft and her body fell forward involuntarily. Yang Chen, who had been watching all this, took a step forward and reached out to support Gong Suanling's soft body. Although he reached out and touched Gong Suanling's waist, it was soft and smooth. Yang Chen's heart couldn't help but sway. Gong Sunling, who was supported by Yang Chen, blushed. She was about to push him away, but she noticed that the place where she was supported by Yang Chen was slowly passing an earth attribute spiritual power. In a flash, this spiritual power rushed into most of Gong Suanling's body and replenished some of Gong Suanling's almost exhausted spiritual power. With the help of this spiritual power, Gong Sunling stood up straight and smiled at Yang Chen again. "Junior brother Yang, thank you." Others thought that Gong Sunling was thanking Yang Chen for helping her, but Gong Sunling herself was very clear that this was what Yang Chen said before she climbed the heaven ladder. If it weren't for those words, maybe Gong Sunling wouldn't have been able to hold on at the 50th level of heaven stage. It was entirely because of Yang Chen's reminder that she was able to set foot on the 62nd level of heaven stage. Everything that happened on the heaven ladder was still fresh in Gong Sunling's memory, especially the last few steps, which simply exhausted her whole body's energy. However, it also benefited Gong Sunling a lot. The illusion attacks that followed, as Yang Chen said, were completely aimed at her character weaknesses and were impossible to guard against. If it weren't for Yang Chen's reminder, Gong Sunling wouldn't even know how to deal with it. People who went down the heaven ladder would usually go into seclusion and have an epiphany at the first moment to understand what they had realized on the heaven ladder. But Gong Sunling didn't do this. Instead, after a short rest, she sat quietly on the side. She wanted to know how many levels of heaven stage Yang Chen could climb on the heaven ladder. After a short period of surprise and discussion, the 10 Jidon stage masters once again entered the state. The heaven ladder once again emitted a faint light, indicating that the next person could set foot on the heaven ladder. After Gong Sunling, it was Yang Chen. Looking at the heaven ladder that was shining, Yang Chen didn't seem to be facing the heaven ladder, but an ordinary path. He lifted his feet and directly stepped on it without any decent preparation. He had just seen a peerless genius cautiously climbing the heaven ladder, and now he suddenly saw a sloppy guy. Even Su Qingxin, who was also from Chunyang Palace, was a little dissatisfied. Even if he didn't care about these things, he should at least do some superficial work, right? Such carelessness, compared with Gong Sunling, a genius disciple, was simply a disgrace to Chunyang Palace. The other 9 Jidon stage masters were even more dissatisfied. Just at this time, someone in the crowd seemed to say something to Yang Chen. "Sigh, an executioner is indeed an executioner. It's hard for him to enter the Hall of Elegance." This sentence seemed to arouse a trace of resonance in the hearts of the crowd. Needless to say, the 9 Jidon stage masters once again made a tacit decision. Since Yang Chen didn't take it seriously, then they must teach him an unforgettable lesson. He was an executioner, then they must let him suffer a huge setback in his identity as an executioner. An executioner, killing without mercy. The External Affairs Hall Master of the Tianquan sect was the one with the strongest hatred. Han Jianda died in the hands of Yang Chen. No matter how unethical Han Jianda was, he was still a disciple of the Tianquan sect. Being killed by Yang Chen was a disgrace to the Tianquan sect. Thinking of this, the Hall Master also made a decision. "Let's see how many you can kill."